phone in the other room. I'll figure it out later. Back to the grind. Got a haircut. Went to the store. Got some eggs, bagels. I got some Tums. Well, no. You guys were really wrong, Jerry. Just scooch in right here. Saw this super pretty girl at Walmart. I wanted to try and smell her, but figured might want to wait till some other time. Can you hear me? All the Warcraft noises? I got some coffee as well. These guys never try to play nice, do they? Just trying to get in where I fit in. I had a spot earlier and I had to go do something, and now there's a whole bunch of people there. Was this the guy that was here earlier? This is the druid when I got here last time who started trying to kill the shits. Yeah, I'm not gonna feel terrible about this. Wasn't that the druid that did the shit last time? Whatever. The person landed there last time I was here, I think it was the same person. Oh, of course. Now are we gonna have to fight each other? I've only ever given my phone number to 2 women ever, and each time they didn't call me back. So I was like, well, let's not try to strike out here at the plate. Right. I don't know the normal, if they made it like, like the order of operations, like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally or whatever. Like, if they had a recipe like that for how it is you're supposed to actually, like, talk to a woman at, like, and at what point in time is it acceptable to sniff them and ask them for their phone number and all that, I'd probably do all right, but until then, I'm like, no clue what the fuck I'm doing. So it's a sad, sad thing. That's all. It's a very sad thing here. I'll get better at it eventually. I figured, but it could be like one of those things. Really? Guy? Are you fucking serious, dude? Like, didn't kill that guy like 100 times earlier. Okay, well, my cold snap's on cooldown. My ice block's on cooldown. Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do now. More than likely, he's an arcane mage. Well, he's got his friend here with him. That's shitty. Right. I thought I saw him targeting something, but it wasn't that the same person. I thought he was targeting an alliance guy. Oh, that's gonna swing. I walked past that guy like a dozen times earlier. Didn't do anything. People do, I swear. But he's got his warlock friend here. Conjure food. What we're going to do, though, we're going to wait for you to pull. Likely to get low mana, and then I'm gonna jump you. All these people are here now. That's shitty. Kidding me? Yeah, I walked past this guy like 4 or 5 times earlier. Didn't do anything. He was at 30% health. Could have killed him. All that shit's there. Trying to find a sweet spot here. Not looking good though. I don't necessarily know how I feel bad about this druid here. Because earlier, is he in our group? Carnadad. Yeah, so yeah, this guy earlier didn't give a shit. Just plopped right where I was, so we're gonna do the same now. It'll be more efficient to do that than it would be to try and find a new spot. Well, here's the thing. Like earlier, I was here, right? And I explained it all. Whatever. Whatever. Really? Already? Shit. Disenchant. Where do they speak Malay as a language? So we're in Indonesian. I don't necessarily know what Malay, where they speak Malay. This guy takes forever to kill shit. Fucking guy. He almost gets soloed by these things, so you probably shouldn't pull two of them at a time. All he knows is how to cat. All he knows how to do is cat. He's probably one of them cat folk in real life. See, all he knows how to do is cat. Oh, and bear. He knows bear. Look at that. Almost met his demise on that one. How the fuck is that even possible? People AFK with molten armor kill mobs quicker than that. Don't get too big for your britches there, Mr. Pulling two entire things at a time. I wish I had a thing here to Ni hao ma, I am China too. Me China with you. North Korea good, South Korea bad. He's pretty quick at it though. But his moonfire is instant. My ice lance takes a second. Unfortunately. So he should have had that. I think he's going to try and tag that, didn't he? I don't know if he does or doesn't. Last time he did, so... It's a dog eat dog world, motherfucker. Dogs don't eat dogs. Give myself a second here to gather my thoughts so I don't eat shit. Oh, he didn't fucking have to do... Go, now I feel bad. Don't go healing me, guy. Now I feel bad. You're trying to tag his mobs and stuff. He's helping me out. You didn't have to do that. I feel terrible. I liked it whenever you didn't do that. That way now I can worry about tagging shit. Aw, well, fuck. Guess we gotta play nice now because I'm not a fucking Satanist. Right? I'll have my one mob here, and I'll fucking help you kill yours, and we can all work together. It's all it takes is one kind gesture, and I'm a fucking softy for people. Like, you know, like I could have died there. I would have lived still, no matter what, probably. But you know, fuck. Wish you wouldn't have, man. I was fucking enjoying that for a second. Cause I will go catch somewhere else. Well, that's up for grabs because he fucking walked away from the fucking end zone. Here, you get this one then. He got that one. Okay. North Korea good, South Korea bad. We are China. I actually don't know how China feels about South Korea. I just assume they're friends with North Korea, so they probably don't like South Korea. The one thing that I do not like to say about cryptocurrency or whatever, there's nothing wrong with cryptocurrency. It's like the way things have gotten here lately. Here, look, I gotta help this guy. Save him, help him. Right. Is that how political and territorial and shitty things have gotten to where like there's normally this, what is it called, survival of the fittest kind of mentality where like, oh, the best thing wins. It's like it's gotten to, there are large swaths, and you know the things that are the best are still the best regardless. But for like the people that do like paid promotion and the whole network and these influencers and all this, like, just how do you stay out of it garbage, right? It's shit's no good for anything. And what a racket some of that stuff can be. Like, what if you don't comply with what these group of people say? They pretend, in some cases they do, some cases they don't, that they can make or break a project based on whether or not you get along with them, whether or not you toe the party line. But the thing is sometimes what's really shitty is sometimes their idea of towing the party line consists of like trashing and destroying and ruining otherwise legitimate and good projects, right? It's like, so what a snarky bitch thing to do, right? Uh, you can't actually, and I'm not making any specific reference here. I'm just saying, like, but there are a group of people that can't actually provide the thing that they say they're going to provide. They pretend that they can, and then these people go around essentially harassing people until they toe the party line, right? Acting like they're just going to oust them from cryptocurrency altogether, despite the fact that it's a public space, right? and and there's a lot of like, and I'm not familiar with a lot of the shit, but these people fucking threaten each other. These people, I mean, it's a real fucking racket, you know, at some point in time. Like, there are real people that like get fucking hyper territorial and ignorant about this shit, you know. And I mean, it is a racket. You know, there are parts of it that are. It's shitty that it's gotten that way because it's allowed a lot of subpar, mediocre garbage to get like a lot of attention and you know, help the wrong people basically. But so I hope at some point in time they do something about it, because that shit ain't good for anybody. It's not good for business. It's not good for crypto. And if at the end of the day, what it does, if it does do this, right, is inflate the perceived net value of all the cryptocurrency temporarily. It's like, what's the actual value? If you ran a calculation to say like, well, we say it's worth this much based on market cap. If you were to run some sort of like, is there like a calculation based on like liquidity pool access and centralized exchange listing and access to liquidity? You could probably determine like how much actual value there is versus how much perceived value. Mind you, every time someone sells a token, the price of the token goes down, especially if it has no access to liquidity. So there is a formula or an algorithm that can be used to determine how much actual value is there. It's not as much as they say it is, and it's not them just saying that it is. It's the fact that people have chosen to prop up a bunch of garbage at some point in time, right? That gives it the illusion that there is that much actual value when really there isn't. You know what I mean? If you've ever followed some of the stories, horror stories and shit, like people that had a token they thought was really valuable, found out it didn't have access to the liquidity, and if they sell one of the token or whatever, it goes down 30%. You know, that's not a common story, but it does happen. So if there was like a way to track or determine, and I'm sure someone does this shit, right? People that know what they're doing probably, to determine like how much actual value is there, like true value or real value, you know, versus the perceived or stated value, which are two totally different things. Yeah, so I'm sure it's not as much as that is said. You know, I'm saying they say it is, as if it's just them saying it for the, you know, but really they have a reason to say it, but it's not necessarily an honest representation of value, you know, or stored wealth or anything else. So it'd be nice to be able to determine like like how much is actually there. I don't fucking know. You know, it's a lot less than they say it is. And the unfortunate reason for that, I think, is that, if I correct me if I'm wrong, but like the bonding curve thing is basically a swap mechanism that states that at some point in time, each one of these tokens is worth a portion of a Solana, and if you were to exchange those tokens for the Solana that you initially traded those tokens for, the price, the overall perceived value goes down at like, in a mathematical sense, right? It actually like, you can use a formula to determine if I take one of these out of circulation and swap it for Solana, the price of it goes down by this much if it doesn't have extra access to liquidity. And for all intents and purposes, like 9 out of 10 tokens launched on Solana, I guess, probably, or you know, that's an arbitrary number, so don't quote me on it, but a relatively high number of tokens launched on Solana are issued on a bonding curve. So they're stated to have this enormous value, which then is separate from the value of the Solana token itself, but the actual amount of anything in the pump token ecosystem is like, it's a very fragile kind of, almost bullshit kind of, you know what I mean, really, at the end of the day, I don't know how else to explain it, kind of bullshit representation of value. You know, it's a vastly overinflated number that's overstated, and to say that that's actual value isn't necessarily fair, because in some instances where if you were to sell or trade a portion of the overall pump fund ecosystem and swap it for Solana, what amounts to about, I don't, you know, arbitrary numbers, but the idea is that if you were to do that, the price decline would not reflect the value that it said it had, right? So the decrease in value would go down much quicker than the perceived amount of wealth that you received from it, or the actual amount of wealth or asset, whatever. Not a lot of people think about it that way, but it's why I don't necessarily support that system as an idea overall. But there are some good things that have came from it. I cannot pretend that that's not true, right? That there are really good things that have come from that form of decentralized finance, but it's a house of cards, unfortunately. You know, like, I'll be the first to say it, just the overall pump fund thing, right? if what I said is true. Now I could be wrong, right? Like I said, I could be wrong, but from what I've gathered, I believe that what I have the right. Am I on the right page here? Right? That to say like, well, it's arbitrary numbers. Don't quote me on any of this shit. We say that there's $1 billion worth of wealth here, and in reality, you can extract about 70 million or more or less. You know what I mean? Realistically, before it's all fucking, it could be more than that. It could be less. You get what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is, it's only a fraction of the perceived value that is stated as such, right? So I can't, man. I can't get on board with it. That's all. I just can't bring myself to do it. Not that I'm necessarily fucking at odds ends with myself trying to get me to do this shit, but just based on the fact that the bonding curve is not very forgiving, and a lot of these tokens never make it to the stage where they have access to liquidity, it stands to reason that the overall actual value there is a fraction of the stated value, which is scary for people that don't know that, right? Which is why things that launch that way are going to continuously, not to say be on a downward trajectory, but the successes are going to be very limited. You know what I mean? Especially since so much of it is like an algorithmic automated trading extraction of wealth from these assets, right? And I don't have a part of any of this shit, trust me. I'm just observing what I believe is going on, right? And that sucks. That sucks that it's that way. I understand that you cannot necessarily fault anybody for making a launch pad that makes launching a token on Solana like a relatively easy process. Yeah, don't get me wrong, that's a great thing to have. But you've seen what people have done with it, right? You can't necessarily be mad at the developers that the people use it for that, but it is one of those things where, what do you do about it, right? My understanding is to just try not to participate as much as you can. You know what I mean? That's all. I've never bought a token through Pump Fund ever. I've always, if there's a token launched off of Pump Fund, you get off an exchange. I just don't use the shit. That's all. You know what I mean? Doesn't, not to say that there isn't a legitimate reason for something like that. It's just, all in all, like, I don't get down with all the fucking trenches and the launch things and the this, that, and the other thing. I really don't. It's just, it seems like it seems like a shell game to me, if that makes sense. And I'm not making an accusation as to who's involved or what. I'm just saying that when there's that much stated wealth versus the actual true value of the shit, you're like, yeah, well then, not to say they are being dishonest, it's just not a very honest system, if that makes sense. If I have it correct, and I could have it wrong, man, please tell me if I don't sound like a fool, but so that's just like my opinion though, bro. I don't really know. So this is not the same druid from earlier. That's another mage. Okay, well, no need to play nice with that guy. Right. Remember I was here and then you just jumped there and that druid left and I thought you were still that druid. And well, that guy saved my life potentially, or tried to, so I don't have to play nice with you though. I will not conform to right. Chill out, dude. Chill the fuck out. Relax. My last wife was a tard. Now she's a pilot. But you get what I'm saying, right? And I don't know. I'm not necessarily making it my life's mission to educate people on this shit, but I am here, wasting time, and I have 0 listeners and no followers. So, but if that's true, man, shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's probably a whole lot of fun for people, the certain people, but is it helpful? All in all, probably not. Probably not. If a few good things come from it, it's more helpful than I would think, but, you know, as far as the overall, what it brings to cryptocurrency, I think that there is a case to be made that there are things that offer much more than that. But we could see a super cycle that hits and like all these amazing things that I'm not paying attention to emerge from it. And you're like, well, then that's totally worth it then. Yeah, but we have yet to see that. So until that happens, I kind of have to say, right? Shit. Shit. My inventory is full. You got me on that one. Slickster McGillicuddy there. Gotta give him to that. I don't know. Golly, look at that guy. I did that too, guy. I thought of that. I actually did it first earlier before you were even here. See? What's your global cooldown, gotcha? Be upset, dude. I was here first. Good. More power to you, friend. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Cool. I get it. Yeah, no. You're really breaking new ground there. You see that there's a disproportionate amount of me killing and looting these things and you killing and looting them. Yeah, I mean they're a piece of work, man. Some of these people are a piece of work. That's all. There's always that thing though. There's always people like that. But you know, the amount of it that goes on is probably annoying. All 10 feet tall on the internet. Speaking of which, well, come on now. Why is these things not spawning? Oh, you got me on that one. See, because I tried his thing and it fucking... Quick draw McGraw is the way to go. Let me guess. That. And you're gonna fucking hunt me down to the other end of the globe for this one thing? Really? Mage there. Let's see if there's that couple of dicks that were here earlier. What race, what class are you? I don't know why that guy ran from that, but live it, live it. Got up kind of early today. I have to fucking chill out and watch a documentary later. Saw a pretty girl at Walmart. I wish you know what I mean. I was gonna propose to her right there. Right, jump the gun a little bit, dude. Right. If I ever see her again, though, I'll try to smell her the next time. I don't know when's the, like I said, if there's like a recipe of like what point in time is it appropriate to smell somebody that you don't know, or what time isn't it? When is it cool to fart in front of a girl is also something I'm curious to figure out the hard way or the soft way, whichever. I guess it depends on the kind of woman she is. Right. Either way, though, we'll figure it out. We'll get through all this, right? I thought these things would respawn quicker. Come on now. Shit. You know what we should do? We should clear out our bags full, and every time we get something new, we have to destroy the old thing, and the circle of life. These bozos will always be here doing this shit. Let me get my phone, though. The circle of life. Look. Where's my phone? Shit. Relax, guys. It's alright. It's just World of Warcraft, man. You'll get over it. You will outgrow this game one of these days. Right. Yeah, plus the thing is like, not to say that it's like business practices, but shady business practices, I guess. It would concern me if I seen a person like hire a bot farm to promote their thing and then like carelessly hire a bot farm that alluded to things that weren't necessarily true, right? As far as like a means of promoting something, right? You're like, I mean, there's a certain level of, I guess, culpability or whatever that would be for that kind of thing, right? liability, rather, culpability, whatever the word is, where it's like, just because these people did this thing, you didn't necessarily give them the command to do so, but you did pay them to do it, and you didn't necessarily take any measure to stop them from doing it. Like and I'm not a lawyer, but if that sort of thing happens on your watch, there is a level of like responsibility you must take for that kind of thing when it occurs. And so far, what I've seen today, and I don't know if it's true or not, I'm not making any accusation one way or another, but I've seen like what appears to be a bot farm alluding to and actually directly stating that one of these projects has an affiliation with Elon Musk, right? That's I don't know if it's true or not. It's very likely not true, but if it is true, I'll be the first to say congratulations, right? I can be an adult here. But more often than not in the past, that sort of thing is a major red flag indicator as to don't go there. You get what I'm saying? Don't fall for it kind of thing, right? That's that's my opinion. That's my opinion of it currently. You know what I mean? Because they've had a tendency in the past of engagement farming, like people with significant followings on TikTok or Twitter or whatever social media it is, and then later saying, and then even this guy, like, look, see, he's our best friend. He's basically blah 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 blah. Right? Yeah, I've seen it before, and I don't know if that is what's happening currently, but I would be more suspicious of that kind of thing than not, basically, right? So that's my assumption or my summary, or not summary, but whatever you call it, kind of thing. Here is like all red flag indicators and stuff. You know, the fact of the matter is, I think, and maybe I'm not wrong, maybe I'm right, that it's kind of difficult for there to be anything like that to ever occur, considering they might be utilizing the same framework at some point in time, but for them to say that there is like, I mean, it's just the likelihood is not very good, I guess. I don't know. I could be wrong though. That Elon Musk would be on board with something that would be a potential competitor to its own AI. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem likely. But I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong. And the fact of the matter is, these aren't claims that, from what I can determine, are being made by the project heads. This is claims being made by the apparent bot farm that they've hired to promote the project. I would say that does fall into that category of like, well, these are essentially your employees, and this is what they did with what you paid them to do, and it's not an honest tactic or practice, right? I don't know where the legal liabilities fall for that kind of thing, but that's about my estimation of it, right? Now, if you find out these people were just volunteering their time and they liked the project and they weren't getting paid to have an opinion or to tweet, you would say, well, that falls entirely on that individual then, right? If that is indeed what they're doing, right? But I don't know for sure. But I would say at some point in time, if you were a cognizant and serious project head, you would probably do as much as you can to try and stop community members from spreading disinformation about the project that, for all intents and purposes, the blurred line here is hard to interpret, that's all. Where does the good come from? Where does the bad come from? What are they doing? So on and so forth. I'm not necessarily like, oh, I'm going to drag someone to court and prove a point. No, I'm just saying that in my mind, that's a difficult thing to traverse. That's all. That's sort of what I would try to do in that scenario if possible, right? But in all reality, the one, like I'm just saying, Elon Musk, he's a crypto guy. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's got a soft spot for people utilizing his own AI's framework. So without just cursing everybody's name and me not knowing, that's my honest assessment of it. That's all. You can't foul me for that, having an opinion, or at least formulating an opinion and having a reason and all that. And it's still very new. It's very, this shit just started like yesterday, so Right. It's like if you forget how like what's how does like if I had an example of how maritime law works, you know, where is it? Here's something I don't know. We'll look into it real quick. What is maritime law exactly? Unrelated. This might have nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but
I love making interesting videos. The most interesting topics are often exceptions, deviations from the norm. All of us live in countries where there are laws and rules and governing bodies telling us what we can and can't do. But 70% of the world is ocean, where there are no countries, no governing bodies to tell us what's right and wrong. That's why maritime law exists. Let's start with a hypothetical. A baby is born on a cruise ship sailing in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. What nationality does it take? This is the coast of some fictional place in some fictional country governed by some fictional government. From this line, which is the water line at the lowest low
part of the
tide,
fucking AI
every
video
country
game.
is
People can live
allowed
on a
12 miles of
there. This is
territorial waters. It used to be 3 miles, the distance a cannon could shoot
this is
offshore,
exactly what I'm
but
talking
that
about.
has since changed.
One of the
Those 12
nations could
miles are
exist
the property
entirely in
of a
maritime
country.
law, right?
They
How
can
cool would that
do
be?
pretty much whatever they please in it, and all domestic laws apply. Foreign ships are, however, sometimes allowed to enter into these waters under the principle of innocent passage. If ships have an innocent purpose, which does not include fishing, polluting, weapons practice, or spying, they are allowed to pass through the territorial waters of a foreign nation without permission, as long as they do so quickly and without stopping on shore. Beyond the territorial waters, there's another 12 miles of the contiguous zone. This zone allows a country to enforce laws as long as they fall into one of 4 categories. If the laws have to do with customs, taxation, immigration, or pollution, they can be enforced in the contiguous zone. Beyond the contiguous waters is the exclusive economic zone, also known as the EEZ. This zone extends 200 nautical miles from shore. Beyond the territorial waters, the EEZ is in international waters. However, only the country who holds the exclusive economic zone has the right to harvest natural resources in the area. This law was originally set up to help with disputes over fishing rights, but has since been incredibly useful with the boom in oil drilling. All these laws do, however, occasionally cause some disputes due to overlapping zones. This is the South China Sea, an incredibly important waterway. Nearly 1/3 of the world's shipping traffic passes through it, and it reportedly has huge untapped oil reserves. China has this land, so it says it has all this water. Malaysia has this land, so it says it has all this water. Vietnam has this land, so it says it has all this water. Brunei has this land, so it says it has all this water. The Philippines has this land, so it says it has all this water. When 2 countries are less than 400 nautical miles away from each other, it's up to them to decide where their respective economic zones end. Most solve it civilly by separating the zones at the equidistant point from each of their shores. However, when the stakes are so high, such as in the South China Sea, countries can be a bit less cordial. So, our cruise ship baby. Let's change the hypothetical and say that the cruise ship was sailing in US territorial waters, less than 12 miles away from shore. Every ocean-going vessel is required to be registered in some country. You'll notice that most large cruise ships are registered in tiny, faraway countries. Panama, a nation with fewer people than Minneapolis, holds the registration of 1/4 of the world's ships because taxes and labor are low. When a ship is in international waters, the laws of the country of registration apply. A ship registered in Amsterdam could legally have prostitution and marijuana on board, as long as they got rid of the drugs and shut down the brothels before sailing into territorial waters. Once a ship is in the territorial waters of a country,
So
the
wet
onboard
right now.
laws switch to that of the country the ship is physically in. This is the same for nationality law, kinda. A baby born on a Dutch ship within 12 miles of the US is a baby born in America. Since the US is one of the 30 countries that unconditionally grant citizenship to any baby born within the country, a baby born in US territorial waters is lucky enough to receive the world's 8th most powerful passport. There are 2 exceptions to this rule. Foreign diplomats visiting or living in the US with a diplomatic passport are not subject to the laws of the US or any other nation other than their own. Consequentially, the babies of foreign diplomats do not automatically receive American citizenship. Additionally, the babies of individuals staging a hostile invasion or occupation of American territory are not granted American citizenship upon birth. Here's where things get even more confusing.
So why don't they use that for
Even though a ship
immigration law?
in international waters is an extension of the territory of the nation it's registered in law-wise, the rules for nationality are different. The United Nations Treaty on the
Does it only work
Reduction of
on water or
Statelessness,
something?
which is followed by some countries, says that a baby born in international waters should just take the nationality of their parents. Most of the world's countries use this principle of bloodline to determine if a baby should get citizenship rather than whether or not a baby was born in the country. However, there are some countries that won't give citizenship to a baby born outside the country. In that case, the baby would take the citizenship of the country in
I
which
wanted
the
to
ship
know,
was
like,
registered. Alright, that's enough with babies. There's a long history of exploiting maritime laws.
I meant, like, what do you
During
do? Like, the
Prohibition,
captain of the
US
ship's
ships
the
started
guy
to
that's
change their
responsible for all the
registration
shit,
to
basically,
Panama
right?
and other
That's the
foreign
point I was
countries so
trying,
they could serve
trying to
alcohol
make.
in international
Now I'm on this
waters.
tangent.
In the mid-century, casino boats left from many cities where gambling was illegal to partake in legal gambling in international waters. In 2005, entrepreneur Roger Green started Seacode, a company that planned to evade U.S. labor laws by placing an old cruise ship 12 miles off the coast of California. They would bring in foreign coders and house them in this ship, where they would not have to abide by U.S. wage laws
Really?
or go through the difficult visa application process. The idea never came to fruition, but the technical legality of it just shows how convoluted maritime law is. The laws for airplanes are pretty much the same. Technically, once an airplane has taken off, the laws of the country of registration apply. The only law that applies and differs among countries is the drinking age. A British Airways flight from New York to London can serve alcohol to 18-year-olds. However, in most cases, airlines choose to follow the laws of the origin country. Spacecraft also follow very similar laws, and luckily, I have a whole other video just about space law. Make sure to check it out
Space
here.
law?
You can
Really?
also click here to
Is that-
subscribe to
is there
Wendover
space lawyers?
Productions and follow me on Twitter at Wendover
There is
Pro.
space lawyers then.
Please also be sure to check out
There
my
has to
last
be.
video on why college is so expensive.
Can I shake his hand?
It's a
The
great
one
video,
space lawyer
so
on
please
planet
check
Earth?
it out if you haven't done so already. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon with another Wendover
He's a
Productions
space
video.
lawyer. What I was
I
wanting to
love
know,
making
like,
interesting-
my mind, right? Maybe maritime law wasn't the understanding that I, my actually non-existent. Now that I find out what it's about, yeah, my non-existent understanding. I learned a couple new words though, equidistant and the other thing. But I'm trying to think, like, when it's that thing, it's like, we don't really have a system here. We don't really have a government here. So who's responsible? The fucking captain of the thing, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, and that person can get in trouble or be punished for all the shit that happens on his ship, right? That's my understanding of how some of that works, right? It's like, well, we've entered into a thing where there's technically no law, but, and I'm not talking about anything specific, but I mean, that's who you hold accountable when the shit goes wrong, right? You don't go around, doing whatever to the deckhands or whatever. You go, well, one of the deckhands did some stupid shit, and he did it with, like, basically your permission to do it, and you told him to do the shit, or you knew about it and didn't tell him to stop doing it. You're like, you're kind of fucking responsible then, right? At least at some point in time, depending on what it is. Or you had prior knowledge of it, and you get what I'm saying? It's like, that's kind of how I feel about the current thing that I see going on, is like, the no active measures being taken to try and course correct these people doing something that is probably against the law, right? It's like, I'm not 100% sure, but I would say that, like, them alone saying something like that, I guess isn't. I don't know, man. Is there a captain of the ship that can tell us what to think? But you get what I mean. It's just, it's not good. It's not a good practice, right? It's dishonest. And if the project heads know about it and they're not taking every measure possible to ensure that they stop doing that, then, it's rough. That's all. Going around and telling the public that Elon Musk is participating in the thing, or that he knows these people, or whatever, it's just, right, not likely. That's all. And it's one of those things where at some point in time, right, like, just letting these people run amok and not being responsible for what they do, but with the fucking your paycheck in their mailbox for them doing it over and over again, you're kind of like, did you really pay these people to do that and knew about, like, come on now, you get what I'm saying? This isn't like these people are just doing this because they want to, and you don't agree with their opinion, and it's like a free country, man, and everybody's allowed to say what they want to. That's slightly different. That is a free speech issue, and yeah, that is it changes the liable party to just one individual instead of another. I get that, but if these people are getting paid to do the shit, then not only are they wrong, but the person paying them to do this thing that is wrong is also wrong. If that makes sense. But like I said, I'm not a space lawyer. I'm a cyberspace lawyer, imaginary. Like, right? Oh, please don't say you're a lawyer, right? I'm not an actual lawyer. It's a joke, like haha, funny joke, kind of. Maybe if you laughed, maybe not. That guy didn't kill me earlier when you know. I hope I'm not wrong, man. That's just like, that is just quite literally my opinion, and I am just a guy that happens to be a space lawyer. Right, no, I'm not really a lawyer. A space lawyer. Plus, it's just not good practice, right? Like, first and foremost, it's just not good practice, that's all. You know, 'cause I've dealt with some people in the past, and in all honesty, I'm like, wait, you realize if you tell me this and you don't do what you're telling me you're doing, that you are indeed breaking the law right now? And they go, yeah, why would I lie about it, right? Turns out they were breaking the law. Like, you weren't just telling me something that wasn't true. Your not true statement here is against the law, basically. It constitutes fraud, right? And I've dealt with people tremendously, and I was under somewhat of an assumption that people wanted to follow the law for whatever reason, right? So I guess I learned the hard way that whatever, but everybody eats shit for that kind of thing in the end, man. I tell you what. Yeah, there's a certain level of dishonesty, especially in this kind of thing, that constitutes fraud at some point in time, right? Like, okay, if you're telling me this is what is true, then awesome, right? I hope it is. I pray it is, really. And then, but if it's not, you realize you're breaking the law by telling me this, right? Okay, well, that's on you then, right? Right. And I feel like we're dealing with some of the same circus, that's all. The usual circus, the usual suspects, the same circus that's come to town many of times before, right? Did you just fart? Did I just fart? Did you fart? Can we both fart in each other's butts? Well, now you're a man, a mighty, mighty man. Yeah, I guess it's like one of my biggest downfalls is expecting people to be honest. Right, and that's a fault in my character. Why? Right, I don't get it. Like, okay, then I'll take the blame for that. Believing that people are going to be honest and have an obligation to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, okay, well, whatever. Now I know. It only really takes just one time, right? Because in the past I've dealt with people that weren't necessarily honest, but to a degree that, yeah, but the overall state of crypto at the time was not this much of a tinderbox, if that makes sense. It just seems like, unless I was just super fucking lucky and managed to like make it through without necessarily bumping heads with like a whole bunch of people that like, it just seems like now the the people that are there for the wrong reasons outweigh the number of people that are there for the right reasons by a rather large ratio, because the ease that has um, the amount of effort it requires now to launch a token versus before, right, is a lot less, right? So as those stopgap measures are removed, the amount of people trying to do the thing, participate, whatever, which unfortunately leads to more scammers also trying to do the same, right? And at the end of the day, though, don't let these guys fool you into thinking that they are untouchable, or that they won't ever get caught, or that they're in some sort of jurisdiction that won't prosecute them. Because trust me, there's not a country on planet Earth that doesn't prosecute this kind of thing. That's true. There's not a country on Earth that doesn't do it. So you can tell yourself that because you haven't gotten caught yet, but whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not naming any individuals' names or any one person, but the people that do this shit, there's no nation on Earth that doesn't prosecute people for doing it. That's all. Anyway, wow, guy, relax. You know, I've got a reason to be pissed, that's all. And here's the thing, too, is like, I'm not going to sit there and play, like, well, to say devil's advocate, whatever, right? But the thing is that, you know, me being as privy to his personality as the next stranger, right? But at the end of the day, you know, there's a chance that Elon Musk does peruse Twitter and X. I mean, it is his social media platform. He is a crypto enthusiast, and if he sees people doing that, he gets it so often. I'm sure that his entire calendar would be filled if he were to sit there and address and confront every person that tries to do that. You get what I'm saying? So, in a lot of ways, whether or not he is or isn't aware of people using his name in some way that he might not approve of, he can't necessarily say anything about it regardless, right? So, whether or not this helps, I doubt it, but what I'm saying is that, whatever, just call it like you see it, I guess, right? That's all. It seems like shit. It's probably shit, more than likely. I don't know how contrived the level of dishonesty is, but I detect a level of dishonesty from how it's being done. I don't know if it's fully orchestrated, or if it's just one of those things where the person that is quite literally the captain of the ship is letting the fucking deckhands do whatever they want to do and not telling them, hey, you can't do that, basically. But regardless, people often take the approach of, well, I'll just remain ignorant of it, and then you have to prove that I knew about it and let it happen. It's like, okay, that's not very honest either. You know, it's still a shitty thing to do. Like, I might not be able to prove it, but I'm clearly onto your game here, more than likely, right? It's like, yeah, I can't prove it in a courtroom setting or whatever, but clearly you're not fooling me, if that makes any difference, right? But if you think about it in a sense of like their bag of tricks, this is one of their tricks they use, right? The traveling circus. Right. Wish I could get more than just this one mob to spawn, though. There we go. It's the same mob respawning over and over again, right? I don't know if this is more efficient or not than like what I was doing before. But I just wish I could find a place that I could get at least 2 things that spawn instead of just one. But seems to be the only place that's not occupied currently. And that guy die? Shit. I wish I could sheep you. This guy's name ATH. It is. Ath. You're being a real asshole right now. That's how Mike Tyson says ass is the joke. Being a real asshole right now. It's not necessarily my joke, but whatever. If I kill this thing, are you people gonna give me a hard time, considering that it's not on your your fragment here? You know what I'm saying? This is upstairs and you guys are downstairs. I was here earlier, so I've been here all goddamn day actually. Trying to meet my new wife. Our World of Warcraft character is gonna get married. AI weddings. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Yikes, dude! Remember last fucking butthole puckering moment Nvidia's report was their quarterlies or whatever, the thing they just posted of like an hour ago or whatever. I was like, the entire economy is hitched on whether or not these are good numbers or not, right? It looks like it came in better than expected by a pretty wide margin actually. good for them, man. Because like quite literally, the entire economy at this point, it seems like, and that's not just because they're saying it. Like no, like we would survive if the numbers weren't good, but it wouldn't be pretty for a little while. I know that, right? All hinged on this guy that used to wash dishes for a living, making graphics cards. How crazy is that? You know, hope I get to meet him one day. Super interesting guy, I'm sure. This, have that kind of foresight, and you know what I mean, like to understand the importance of graphics processing, and then not, you know, whether or not at the time he started his business or whatever, did he know that AI would be utilizing graphics processing to do anything? I mean, that's probably doubtful. But if he did, if he told me he did, I wouldn't doubt it. You know what I mean? But I can't imagine having that much understanding of like where things are headed enough to start a business for that reason specifically. But when I was younger, man, like when I first saved up selling my WoW characters in WoW Gold when I was like 15 or 16 years old, that's what I saved all my pennies for, basically, was to buy a graphics card for my computer. And I bought an ATI, a Radeon, no, a GT, what the fucking NVIDIA, like 1080, not a 1080, but 8800 maybe, 880, whatever it was, right? I was like 15 or 16 years old, and I'm like, wow. One of those moments where, like, if I had money, I would have been like, yeah, I'm buying stock in the company that can make this a reality, you know? Because I went from an onboard graphics card on my desktop computer to a SL, not an SLI, but a PCIe Express or PCIe board, right? Graphics card. Plugged it in, and like the difference between being able to see like 10 feet in front of your face and being able to see like 1,000 feet, you were like, yeah, the fucking whatever company is building these things, like I would certainly be buying stock in that company for sure. But obviously, I was just a kid at the time. But who would have thought that it would all turn out like this, where graphics processing would be like the workhorse for this AI thing, you know? So, yeah, obviously there's a reason why it's such a successful company, obviously. But no one would have guessed this shit probably 20 years ago, more than likely. I saved up all my pennies. I sold a World of Warcraft character. I sold a stockpile of my gold, and bought a graphics card. I was like 15 or 16. On old eBay, sold my shaman. I leveled to 60. So I leveled my shaman to 70. That's right. So I was probably 16 years old whenever I sold my first like big stockpile of WoW gold, like as an expense, right? My first expense, right? Starting my fucking whatever. Found someone to buy a bunch of my character, bought one of my shamans, and then a stockpile of my gold, and bought a graphics card. I could not stand playing this shit with the fucking shitty graphics card. Not to mention the increased frame rate and all that stuff. But it's like quite literally like getting prescription glasses for your brain. You know what I mean? It's the difference between being like blind and getting prescription glasses, but for everything, right? But I had a similar story. A friend of mine I went to, unfortunate, he actually committed suicide when I was like 8th or ninth grade or whatever. But a similar story was, we were like in 7th grade or whatever, and we were all like goofy tunes about the fucking iPod, right? The iPod was just, the 3rd generation iPod is what it was. It had just been released and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure it was like 6th or 7th grade. And we were both like goofy tunes, Looney Tunes about the shit or whatever. And his grandpa said to him or whatever, I believe was the story. I don't know for sure, but he ended up buying like a whole bunch of stock in Apple when Apple was super cheap. This was before the iPhone. This is before the iPod Nano, and then like the video iPods and all the shit that came after the fact, right? And because of like, when it's one of those things where like, wait, a company's putting this thing together, the fucking Circle Wheel, all the music ever, yeah, you don't have to buy CDs and shit anymore. So he had the foresight, like he actually had the forethought or whatever to go and actually get some stock from Apple, or for Apple rather. And I think his grandpa purchased it for him, and then he ended up buying like for Christmas that year or whatever. Because he's like, I'll get you I'll get you the device, then I'll get you the stock too if you say it's as cool as it is, right? Like smart grandpa, I guess, right? And yeah, this was before the iPhone and all that shit. And I think I can't imagine what it was, what he paid per share versus what it was worth now. It's probably a fortune, right? And yeah, so similar stories, right? Like if I had had the money to do it, you know what I mean? I would have said, you know, it's almost like taking the stock option, right? It's always encouraged for a company. It's like, you really believe what the company's doing? Okay, well then you would be a fool to not take the stock option. Bottom line, right? Now some people are like, well, I got to get paid yesterday because I got a fucking Dodge Durango that gets 9 miles to the gallon. You're like, okay, right, dude. I'd be walking to work if that were the case. I'd be saying, fuck that. Give me the stock and I'll sleep outside, right? That's kind of what I'm doing right now, actually. I will eat fucking nothing but grilled chicken and rice every day for a year or more, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? Not actually, but hypothetically, it's a similar kind of scenario where I'm like, just slug through it, man. Suffer. You've done it before. You know, you made less work for longer. But whatever you do, fucking right. Like, do you really do believe in the thing they're building? Like, absolutely, right? That much too. I believe in it that much. Where I'm not gonna allow whatever circumstance last time that prevented me from being able to do something about it. I'm not gonna allow those conditions to affect me this time. Um, well, granted that I'm older now, you know, and I'm not a fucking teenager. But it's one of those things, like, not to say like I'm here giving investment advice, but I mean, if you purchase a product and you see that no one else is really like understanding why it is that the product that you're purchasing is so valuable to you or whatever, or like you see that, like, I see the potential here, right? If they're able to do this, and what else can they possibly do, right? I would say, without like giving financial advice to somebody, that's probably pretty wise investing advice all around. You know what I mean? Like, a product you use, you understand, you believe in what they're building, and you know they have more potential than what they've already provided. Yeah, I would say that would be probably pretty sound investing advice for somebody. You know, just do your own research and fucking figure out, um, you know, patronize the things first. Find out if what they're making is real or not. You know, is it useful? Is it cheap? Is it well made? You know, all the factors there. And if you're not wrong and you can find value in the products they're creating and they have a track record of creating things that are valuable, then it stands to reason that, you know, it wouldn't be a terrible idea probably to own stock for a company like that is able to, has a track record of providing, you know, cool things, I guess. But I'd love to do the math and see if I had just bought, because I think Mark's grandpa, his deal was whatever the cost of the iPod is, his parents bought him the iPod, I believe, and then his dad bought him the dollar amount equivalent in stock, right? So like a $300 or $400 iPod is what his parents bought him, I believe, and then his grandpa gave him the money to buy like $400 worth of Apple stock at the time, or something like that, right? If that's not exactly what happened, I think that's how the story was relayed to me, because I heard it secondhand from a friend he used to work with after he committed suicide, unfortunately. But it sounds true to me. I have no reason to call the guy into question about the shit, obviously, but yeah. But yeah, this thing's probably worth a fortune now, right? All because a kid had like just a bit of, hey, I use this. You know what I mean? I see the potential here, you know. And in a lot of ways, it's like, what is a company doing more often than not? Well, trying to advertise a product to demographics, kids being one of them, and parents are more likely to spend money on their children than they are themselves sometimes, right? So if you find a kid that understands a good idea when they see it, then all you need is like the responsible grandparent to say, right, That's certainly a company worth investing in, then, isn't it? Right? Yeah, that's like the take the stock option. Always take the stock option kind of thing, right? It's like, what was it? One of those things they said. What company's accountant, or not accountants, but like receptionist has more millionaires and billionaires? I forget which company it was, but they were like all fucking Saudi Arabians at some point, right? All the receptionists and stuff. They're like, why? Well, they took a fucking Christmas bonus in stock options instead. Now the stock options worth like 40 or 50 million dollars each, right? Like I forget what company it was. They said the receptionist, it employed more millionaire and billionaire receptionists than any company on planet Earth or whatever. One of the tech companies. I can't remember which one exactly, but it's like when I heard that story the first time, I was like, always take the stock option, right? If you ever get the opportunity, take the fucking stock option. Don't be a dummy, right? Don't be a dummy. Dun, 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 dun. So let's see. So, what 7th grade, 12 to 13 years old. So that'd have been 2002, 2003. Price. Let's say in 2003 was. I think I remember that kind of that number too. Before splits, yeah, I don't know when he get if he got it before or after the split, but God, dude, that is quite literally a fortune, right? Because I gotta say, when the third generation iPod in stores released, rather, April 28th, 2003 to May 2nd on 2000. So this would have been the Christmas of 2003. Right before Christmas, so December 2003 was 30 cents each. Golly, what a fucking fortune. Right, and I think his grandpa. How much was the cost of an iPod at the time? What did a in the box new third generation iPod cost? It was a $300 model and a $200 model, right? $299, right? And $399. And there was even a $499, right? He had rich parents, man. They probably bought the expensive one, but regardless, like a fucking. What is it worth today? I don't know how stock splits work, so I don't know if it dilutes the value or increases it or whatever. $274 each. Right. Yeah, that's obnoxious. History has to be like littered with success stories like that, right? Despite the tragedy, obviously, but things like that, those are heartwarming stories, right? History is probably littered with stories like that I'm not even aware of, right? I just happen to know one of the guys, right? Knew, still do know him, you know what I mean? Hopefully these things have low health compared to the other shit. Shit. Live it, live it. That's the thing is like, I hate to get the impression that like, well, the ship's already sailed for all the AI companies. So I always say is, do you think there's going to ever be another like open AI success story to that level with AI, you know, or whatever the other companies are and all that shit? Like, I think it's possible, you know, but I would hate to think like all the ships for AI have sailed. Like as much as people say AI is a bubble, whether or not it is or not, you know, I'm not an economist, but if you look at the tech sector and the dot-com bubble, like the companies that started right during, right before, and right after were ended up being some of the most successful um, tech companies, period, right? So that being said, or like, you hope it's not a bubble, you hope it doesn't end up like the dot-com bubble did, but fundamentals, tried and true, the things that actually do something versus like, you know, I almost want to say not another image generation software, right? It's like how many prompt, I mean, it was super cool technology a few years ago, and I understand like the major AI companies wanting to each having their own really high quality generate an image based on a text prompt software using AI or whatever. But if you're like a new tech startup, and look, I'm not an expert, but like an AI startup, you would think they pretty much have that covered. You know what I mean? They pretty much have that prompt AI image generation thing covered. So I don't know how much of the AI sector exists where there's overlays and overlaps in ability or like features, right? So I would say try to find something that does something that hasn't been done before would probably be my best bet, I would say, right? Because so much of this is like, if you've ever scrolled through TikTok, you've seen like, this is a new AI startup. What it does is blah 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 blah, and it's like, don't they already have something that does that? You know what I mean? So I would say try to find the thing that does something with AI that you have yet to see before. You know what I mean? We're getting to the point now where even it's going to be, you know, the video generation portion. It's like, well, yeah, there's like a dozen companies that do that now. So it's moving super quick, though. Watching the whole thing take place is like, wow. Um, as a passive observer, you know, you get to see like, just 3 years ago, the Will Smith eating spaghetti thing looked like something that'd give any kid nightmares. Now it's like, you can almost smell the food, right? It's such high quality. Um, so it is moving very quick, right? With that being said, right? So finding an AI company, startup, whatever it is that is doing something different that is valuable, that's my suggestion. Uh, Look for those companies. Henceforth, you slack-jawed ruffians. Henceforth, you slack-jawed ruffians. Right. But you remember the dot-com bubble was, how many travel websites does there need to be? How many online betting and accounting websites do there need to be? How many online this? How many online poker websites do there need to be? You know, like, Like there is 30 companies that already do that, and you wonder why there was, essentially like a culling part of the dot-com bubble where a lot of this overlap and fluff basically, well, someone's got to win, like so basically what you seen after the dot-com bubble were like the companies that were the victors of that that sort of era versus, well, everybody's got to win, and the perceived value and the true value, like I was saying earlier about certain things, are two totally different things. And not always true, but sometimes true. What somebody is willing to pay for something is not always really what it's worth. You know. Well, we actually live together, don't we? This is one of the nicest people I've met doing this, man. They were like, invite me to the group. Free for all loot. We all stick to our spots. Where is my other stack of water now? Just one and one. Okay. Oh, cool. We already have a stack of food there then. Where on earth is it? Stop! I'm gonna drop my croissant. That fucking guy, dude. You have to imagine, what on earth? Where did they find that guy? Where did they get that fucking guy for that? Oh, I almost dropped my croissant. That's too funny, dude. Nope. Is that on me? Are you frostbolting me? I'm not trying to ruffle your feathers, Slackjaw Ruffian. I'll be on my way. I thought you weren't going to tag it, that's all. I don't know if people are trolling me or not. I never know, man. But so far, anytime I thought someone was fucking trolling me, like one of my idiot friends on an alt or something, I like get in Discord. Turns out, like, no, the guy really, you know, like, really is the guy he says he is, right? Oh, cool. I think he's flirting with me, bro. You think the chances of this chick having a wiener are probably pretty good, aren't they? Chances of this chick having a wiener. We all seem to be getting along pretty well here, don't we? I don't ever normally get compliments for any reason whatsoever, so I'm kind of like, right. Come on now. Alright. Wow, Kazawi. We want to get at least fucking 20 of these things. We have 15. It's taking us all goddamn day. But, that's the thing, though. When I seen what it was that OpenAI did as far as, like, proving that the fucking... basically proving that the large language model thing actually works, you know what I mean? Shit, dude. How do you even compete with something like that? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's why I always ask, like, do you think there'll be another OpenAI as far as this AI stuff's concerned? Because how do you even compete with basically proving that the science isn't just a theory anymore? You know what I mean? And now all this is possible, right? It's nuts, dude. How do you even value? How do you, you know, in all honesty, how do you accurately assign a value to how important that is, right? I wouldn't know how to do it. Like, it opened up the floodgates for this shit, right? And it's been like this progression ever since, right? So if I have it correct, man, I watched a documentary about some of it the other day. This guy that ganked me earlier. but you would think, you know, in a lot of ways, right? It's like what, you know, like how important the Bitcoin white paper was to cryptocurrency. Obviously, you would think that paper, whatever it was that they'd where they'd proven like basically and like okay, now we need this many graphics cards to train a large language model, right? And the overall cost of it was like relatively cheap compared to how important it was, right? So, I mean, in a lot of ways, if you're an AI guy, that's probably like your equivalent of Satoshi's white paper if you're a crypto guy, right? There's a lot of eerily reminiscent kind of things, you know, like well, this isn't just about theory anymore, you know, this is about like this is a provable working science now, you know. That's crazy. There's very few of those in human history that work that way, right? It goes beyond just, well, it was an interesting idea before, but here's like the fucking thing that proves that you can actually do this shit, right? Fuck, why didn't that work? Alright, now I've been eating these Tums the last few days. Well, actually, just today. I bought some the other day, too. I guess we all put on a little pudge every now and again, right? You'll be in better shape than that in a few weeks, I guarantee you that. We all put on a little pudge every now and again. I'm pudgy right now. I'm trying to eat my way up back to like 225. I lose it quick though. Like once I'm doing my thing, I lose it pretty fucking quick. Cause I do too much. I push myself too much, right? It's like you lose weight quick, right? Right now I'm eating to conserve gains, so then that way I just work the shit off later. You know, I've done it before. I was 270 pounds when I was 17 years old, and a few years later I was down to like 193. You know, and then ballooned was last time here. Not to say ballooned back up, but hovered around like 193 for a few years, kind of lean. After I quit lifting weights the last time, just because I had a lot of work to do. Then when I put weight back on the last time, dude, I got up to like 235 or 240. Shaved it all the way down to what I'm at now, which is about 212, 215. And I want to eat back up to about 225. And just keep going from 225 to 210, 225 to 210 until the 225 is just nothing but muscle, basically. Hopefully. Probably 4 years from now, I have to do it probably about 2 more times really successfully. But I really need to fine-tune my training to entertain more, like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't rush myself. Basically, consistency over intensity. You know, if I start getting with the right people about it, I know I'll fucking. Really, guy? I didn't know you were there. I'm not trying to hop in there, but like people are AFK. Like the fact that it takes me a minute to cast a frostbolt. It's like if you can't tag the thing before I cast a frostbolt, then I can't necessarily assume that you're at your keyboard playing, basically. Typical dad. 49 reps. I never had a strong bench, but I can do a shitload of push-ups. My bench is weak because my fucking left shoulder's fucked, but I can do lightweight high reps like crazy. I can do a shitload of push-ups. Which if I really like honed in my training and like really if I wanted to train calisthenics, it might be the best bet really. Like functional strength versus like size, and I mean you really get a lot of agility and shit like that. Because when I first started, I'm like, I just want to look big. I don't necessarily need to be strong. You know, I just want to be big and I just want to look big and be impressive or whatever. Like the whatever internal genetic switch was flipped when I started CrossFit, where like it cured me of a lifelong habit of taking naps every day. I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. I don't do it anymore. It cured me of a at the time 34-year habit of needing to being exhausted every day. I thought I had a fucking thyroid condition, right? It within just a few weeks, that amount of endorphins and adrenaline and running and gunning and doing everything I could was enough to where it cured me of a lifelong habit of taking a nap every day. You know, an hour and a half nap every day, like overnight. You know, just like, oh, I don't need to do it anymore. You know, like how cool that is to be able to do that. You know. Usually that cuts into productivity, that cuts into fat loss, that cuts into a lot of things really, you know, taking a nap every day. But I was used to lifting every day for like 2 or 3 hours and then a half hour of cardio, and then I'd get home and I'd be so fucking tired that I'd have to take a nap, you know, like eat a bunch, you know, I'd eat like 4,500 calories a day and I'd eat a bunch right as I got home and I'd go to sleep. Like then that means you're storing a lot as fat, and then you're not using as much to build muscle because your metabolism gets fucked when you go to sleep or whatever. But as soon as I started doing CrossFit, all but cured me of that problem. And my mood improved. Not to say like I'm a depressed individual, but uh, you know, I'm a person, you know, sometimes first and foremost, right? And like ever since then though, that kind of really just cured me of all that shit. So I encourage anybody to do it if they want to improve themselves and feel better about themselves. It's like the thing is that it's super fucking hard to do. Like the thing is where I jumped in at as far as CrossFit's concerned are with guys that the amount that they apply themselves to their training is what is considered elite tier, like 17 hours a week of training. So, needless to say, not to say I bit off more than I could chew, but I jumped in the deep end, right, for sure. I hope to get back to it soon, though, because CrossFit's great. Trying the push-pull legs, which is regular weight training, you know, but Um, I don't know if anything I'll ever excel at, or if I'll just be good enough to fucking like I'm not trying to impress anybody. What do I care, kind of thing. But there aren't a lot of guys. I mean, there are some. Don't get me wrong, that are much better shape than me, but that that weigh 235 pounds and do CrossFit. You know, it's not necessarily a weight. I mean, they're probably weight divisions or whatever. I don't necessarily follow the competitive side of it. My CrossFit coach does though. But like as far as like how many guys that weigh 235 pounds are doing CrossFit, which consists of like burpees and toe to bars and leg rate, you know, like muscle ups and stuff. I mean, as you get heavier, those things become more difficult. You know, those are whereas the guy that's real like lean and stuff and weighs a little bit less has a lot less. It requires a lot less effort to do a muscle up. You know, relative strength and all that. So when I get there, man, I'm gonna start up my CrossFit routine again and try to do push pull legs and take a day or two off. Uh, and then with a day or two off, then do like a day of compound lifts, like a light kind of day where I start up my routine with just 12 to 16 sets, four sets of three different compound lifts, right? Or four sets of four, basically. And then I'll do CrossFit for 2 days, hopefully, and I'll get a good, well-rounded kind of everything that I need to do. Hey, a mana potion. People are tired of watching me do this, I'm sure, but the thing about getting level 70 is right now I'm on this flying pigeon here that is super slow. And if you get an epic flying mount, you fly like 5 times as fast. And that makes the entire game better. Oh, shitty. You're an enhancement shaman. I don't have to take this shit from you, you know. Only being fair because it's only fair to be fair. Yeah, an enhancement shaman like I can kill an enhancement shaman. Find a spot with more than one available thing to kill though. Come on now. Shit. You need all that stuff, guy? Well, if you end up getting yourself killed. I got a few new types of coffee earlier too. Demon Hunter. Did I get into it with that guy earlier? Can't remember if it was him or what. Fuck. I hate that these fucking... Why the resist, man? This shit is annoying. It's like the 100th time now, today, that I've had these things. Always my Frost Nova. I've got 16% chance to hit. These aren't bosses. They're regular elite mobs. I should be hit capped, I think. I forget how much you can actually negate hit. But the other thing is, the other things weren't elite earlier, you know? Where now? Well now. Hey now, you're in Mom's car. I don't know if another layer would be better or not. This guy pulled like 30 or 40 things earlier. That was in the DMZ, leave me alone. Right. You guys have the best farm spot there is. Come on now, come on down, let's all have fun now. Everybody, have fun now. So we learned about maritime law. That could be potentially one of the nation states, like I said, that the fucking in the AI game, right? Could be a fucking a flotilla, basically, if that makes sense, right? A flotilla, a nation that exists, and a bunch of decentralized cruise ships, and they all have to have a common law type thing that they have to follow, you know. Not common law, but a type of law in common that they both, or they all adhere to, you know. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Boats and hoes, right? Come on now. We can all get along and have fun now. Jerry was a race car driver. He's got that tier 5 helmet. 5, yeah. Right. Hopefully, I forget if mage shit is good or not, really. I gotta do it. Hopefully, get a raid together sometime this week with this guild and potentially find a gruel group if they can fucking muster one up. Not talking about farts either. Try and muster up a fart so I can end up in get my tier set bonus stuff. Hey, look. Free gold. All you have to do is shoot it with frost bolts. This girl's still here, dude. Nuts. Like an hour later. Still sitting here farming. That guy Dark Monarch. Why the fucking... I wish I could get my macro to show the circle still. It is helpful, but it's hit and miss if you're not in range or you're not paying attention to where your water elemental is, rather. Let me guess. I was about to say, you're gonna try to kill me for that? Really gonna fight? Are you really? Guy, come on now. Did you quit tagging me? I pull another thing on accident. Fuck. Hate to have to do that to you, guy, but you got a whole bunch there. You have a pile of corpses at your feet. We got 17. We need 3 more, I guess. Then I can eat or do an instance or turn on some music or tell a knock knock joke. Crispin Glover, you mean the guy that was... You ever seen the clip of him on David Letterman? What a nut Crispin Glover is. He's like, that was somebody else. He's like, that was my twin brother. There's this guy that runs around looking like me. Fucking run around trying to beat the shit out of David Letterman one time. Right? Yeah. You ever seen how they did that guy, though? They had the Back to the Future movie. And they had his character, Crispin Glover, as main, like one of the main characters of the movie, right? McFly. He played McFly or whatever. And they didn't cast him in the second one, but they dressed up a guy to kind of look like him, just to stand around at one point in time during the movie. You're like, yeah, I think he ended up suing him. Well, the guy is being a bit of a prick there, it looked like, to that other guy. Some of the people tried to send his water elemental after me earlier, but whatever. I can grieve you. It doesn't mean I'm better than you, but I sure as shit can make your life difficult, right? And I am probably better than you, but... At World of Warcraft, obviously. Shut up. Shut up. Could be some point in time here in the near future. A service that allows you to pay people to fucking grief. Yeah, these guys are gonna be, oh, whatever. Yeah, I know you think this all belongs to you because it's got your name on it and everything, but Yikes, there's a second one. I don't have any more mana, do I? Icy Veins. Well, I think if I had some music on. Might be helpful. Come on now. What's that staff? Is it the staff off of Sethic or whatever the fuck is, or not Sethic, but I don't need it anymore. I got the Mage Blade. Some folks call it right. I call it a spell blade. Some folks call it a Mage Blade. Biscuits and mustard. It's been a long day, dude. Why don't you just go sit in the garage and tinker or something, right? Like, what do you expect me to do? Why don't you go hang out in the garage? Start a cover band. Duran Duran. It's a Duran Duran cover band. Called. What would be a good name for that? A Duran Duran cover band? You could just call it Duran Squared. Duran Duran. Dick Durbin's favorite band is Duran Duran. He liked it so much he even started a Duran Duran cover band. God, it's been a long, treacherous life, man. My story, like, if you think about what if the word's anthology or whatever the fuck, like, I got quite the fucking tale to tell, man. I don't know if anybody wants to hear it. It's gonna be a movie eventually, obviously, starring me as me. Yeah, no, I don't really know, but I say it's an interesting story. I think if you were to cut out all the fucking people, the shit people don't want to fucking see or hear, right? It'd probably make a pretty good movie. Eventually. Right. It's gonna happen on a fucking strange planet, and I've got 0 TikTok followers. I'm losing to the guy from Pakistan who streams with his goat in a shed. He's got a more he's more dedicated to TikTok than I am. Like, call me fucking crazy. Till I make the shit happen, and you'll see. I'm not full of shit about any of this. You're going to see, I promise you. And you will pay probably about $9.50 per ticket to see it too. More than likely. Whatever the going rate for a movie ticket is these days. Can't argue with this farm spot. This is actually good. Really? Fuck. That's shitty. Well, I have a thing for a frost nova. No, another fucking guy. I'm gonna die here. Happens, man. Hate to die to mobs, but that if I can try to save that guy, then end up pulling some more shit. I should save my mana. I got this cruising spot, man. I gotta really stay here as long as possible. This just took all goddamn day to get to this part where I can kill more than like one thing every 5 minutes. coffee in my cup. I do have coffee in my cup still. Jerry. That guy pulled everything. Can't necessarily help you when you do all that. Looks like he's got it under control regardless. The guy came in and fucking fucked up the rotation now. Right? Yeah, we'll get all of it respawning all at once probably, or close enough to it. What a game changer Ice Lance is, man. Instant attack. It's like you get sauced by shamans because of grounding totem and earth shock and having to sit there and cast and all that shit. As soon as you get Ice Lance though. Come on now. Shit. I'm not expecting you to save me, but I am going to try and stay in this ice block as long as humanly possible. That's kind of a shitty thing though, I mean, really. God damn it, dude, I meant to pull all this shit again. Eat on that thing. Oh my god. It's a good problem to have though. Pulling so much shit you wipe to it, right? Versus like not having shit to do at all for an hour and a half at a time. The thing is like with layers, people try to comb and farm a layer, get to a certain layer, and then as the day goes on, the people on that layer log off and do their own thing, and then like no new people show back up because they're all doing their thing on other layers and shit is. So, ta-da, brain science. Held my heart and hold my hand. Whatever it is. For those who know that song, weird science. Remember when I seen that movie Weird Science? It was like I was probably 2 years old, 2 or 3 years old, and I saw a scene in the movie like, and there's a computer that has a built-in toaster, and I was like, I'm sold, dude. I was telling my parents that day, I was like, take me to Walmart. I want to get a computer. Dead serious. Like the fucking super early on, I saw the fucking computer in the movie, and I'm like, I've got to have whatever it is. And I'm like, a computer with a toaster. I had no concept of the fact that the things cost like $4,000 or $5,000, and my parents didn't have that kind of money at all. Needless to say, right? But I was still like, I saw it in the movie, and I'm like, how do we don't have one of those? And they say like, if you remember the exact line of the exact scene in the movie, he says something like, a computer with a toaster or some shit, right? I'm like, how do we get a computer with a toaster, right? Kind of a cheesy movie, but still a classic, dude. Weird Science, and the TV show was good too. But I remember that line distinctively. Going me as a little kid seeing it and like begging my dad, like, and my dad and my mom, like, take me to Walmart. I want to get a computer, you know, just based on what I've seen in the movie. And it's been like the story of my life ever since. We were still, I say, still living at where I was born, right? I say with the apartment name on accident, but yeah. It's Fox Chase, actually. You guys can look it up online. But, yep, it's a fun place. I was still living there. That's where I was born, essentially. And the scene in the movie where he says something about like, yeah, a computer with a built-in toaster or something. I was like, pulling on my dad's shirt. I'm like, I want a fucking computer. Right. Wasn't until like 9 years. Well, maybe not 9 years. We got our first computer, the transition between Windows 95 and Windows 98, so probably 1996. We got our first in-home computer. And that was like, I was fucking just, it just, you know what I mean? I was obsessed with the fucking thing. And always have been, and always will be, right? Might have been 97. It was forever ago. But I remember that scene in the movie. He's like, a computer with a toaster. I was like, I want a computer with a toaster. I don't even know how old I was. Barely old enough to talk. How do I get out of combat? But now we have fuck. Take my heart and hold my hand while people understand my creation. I think other words to it. I think. Now there's 20 even. We want more than that though, because we spent all day hopping around, and this is like, it took us fucking forever to get to the point where we have a place to fucking farm these things. Like, it took all day doing this shit. I get to like earlier, I got to a place earlier, I was like, oh great, the drop rate's good. The relentless grinding, I know. Good, man, this is like a great amount of this shit I've been trying to get all day. Yeah. Be ashamed to leave now, right? Like, better poop in the sock, then better start pooping in the sock. Poop in the sock. See, we can all work together. Internet brethren, join forces. No. At least they understand that it's like somewhat of a free-for-all, you know, like, you gotta have quick reflexes, we all kind of have our spot, and there's gonna be some overlap every now and again, and when there is, help each other kill each other's mobs and just get the shit to spawn quicker, you know. Seems like compared to having to run around, there's more than enough for 3 people to farm here. Without bumping heads too much, looks like, unless we haven't, whatever the respawn timer. Fuck. Even though the guy sat there and watched me fucking die earlier, pretty sure that was the other guy. One of these guys watched me die. Like that Phil Collins song. Difference between fishing with a net and fishing with a line and sinker, right? You have to get out of combat. If I hit invisible, alright, let's say, as soon as I'm about to fucking, what did I tag here? I tagged one of these things. It's gonna beat up on that guy till the end of time, dude. You're gonna have to kill it, because I'm fucking busy. Fuck. I don't have a fucking shit bar. God damn it. Whatever. I don't have a goddamn mana bar. Oh, it's on cooldown. You have to just fight my water elemental then. Elemental P. Oh no, man. I don't have any food to eat though. Some venison. Oh man, oh man. Oh, Jerry? That shit was annoying and scary, Jerry. Probably shouldn't have started a fight with this guy at like quite literally no health whatsoever. Let him deal with the shit then. Then they have to say more money, more problems. Do they really? T-Pain or whatever the fuck his name is. Ice Kubrick. Ice Kubrick, yo. That's what he says. He's the movie making gangster rapper slash agoraphobic NASA employee. Golly, right now. What time is it? I think Gruel or Mag though, let me know. Jerry, 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 I made you out of clay. Jerry, Jerry, Jerry. Go figure though, like all these things now. I'm like, you fucking burn yourself out trying to get there, right? Let you fight my pet. Farts. Oh my god. Fuck. This might be an instance of biting off more than I can chew. Fuck. Very precarious place right here. Really? You resist? No? Fuck. Get a load of my water elemental, noob. You're screaming at an NPC right now. Fuck. Oh, really? That didn't hit. Did you guys see? Really? That didn't hit that guy? Did you see what went on there? Like freaking. Anyway, take a refresher for a second. I got light. Shit. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't expect this to be the rally we're all looking for, that's all. Isabel Maria. That's a pretty name. There we go, Jerry. Why the fuck? I'm having no luck. Come on now. Symbiotic. That's a word for it. Fuck. Really? That also didn't hit that guy? Are you fucking serious? Come on now. I think I actually farms with mana shield on. Why? You take about equal parts damage as mana that you use. You gotta sit there and eat and drink anyway. Why have a mana shield up? Is he not frost? Maybe that's why. Fuck. I can't use a fucking cold snap yet? 4 seconds. Oh, come on now. Can I get out of combat, please? So I can drink and eat. And play World of Warcraft. No, it wants to let me out of combat. This is testing, man. It's like a whole bunch of shit. Well, This is really hard to pass up with fucking how much shitty luck we had earlier, right? I'm farming more than I can fucking stay up a full mana bar with. Oh, right. Shrink all the way back to full. We have yet to have like a full mana bar all goddamn day, it seems like. Hate to have to kill this thing because it's fucking, I don't need anything from it, but the likelihood of pulling it when I don't want to is probably. I guess really I should fly in the air here and then return shortly. Alright. Un momento. was quite the meal. I had two shrimp fajitas. I was fucking starving to death. I forgot I had a couple Dr. Pepper left over for my birthday. Hope that doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. Jerry. I was going to cook a batch of rice with it. I know it's not the same carbs, but you get your carb macros. You want to eat at least, you know, those things only have 22 carbs each. I need a little bit more than that. I think that gives me about 80 altogether. 80 something. A little bit more than that. I probably won't drink this entire thing though.
Watch your back. You got my attention. Very good.
Cool. One gold here. Oh, it's all shit. It's all a bunch of shit, Jerry. What's the frequency? What was I gonna play earlier? Like I fucking thought I had an example of something I wanted. Oh yeah, the maritime law thing. I was curious. So there was another word there I couldn't necessarily make sense of, but like that's pretty cool though. Like to be able to pass through places, as long as you don't, you know what I mean. Where was I earlier? Right here? Right, yeah. Right. What are you trying to do? Fucking doofus on a chicken there? Are you trying to like get me killed but you don't know how aggro works? Or are you trying just to, what was it called? Oh, now you're pissing me off, right? Put two and two together and right. Turns out that you're pissing me off. Right, what are you trying to do? Seriously, guy. Do you not know how aggro works? He's like trying to get me fucking killed. What a little bitch thing to do. He keeps aggroing this shit. I'm like running it towards me. My day consists of, guys. I don't have time to fucking shit post and do all this shit at the same time, so eat dinner, shit post, farm gold, golly. Dual box, marry both my World of Warcraft characters all at the same time. The guy is right. Fucking so lame. He's got a dual box his characters to fucking get him married. Oh, we're gonna have a traditional ceremony, right? Turns out it's the same guy playing both characters. The joke. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Get it? Me neither. I hear a voice and I go, oh, I guess you're forgetting about somebody? Right. Oh yeah. The imaginary fucking female that lives in my head. How is my Jewish wife doing? Oh, she's doing fine, like you give a shit, right? The story of my fucking life. Anyway. Schizophrenic, what's that movie, that show, or what I was talking about? A Crowded Room with Billy Milligan or whatever. The guy that had all those personalities and stuff. I've talked about it before. I'm not worse. I'm not worse than him. Right. The reason why I say that, and I'll say it here, man, like, it is what it is. I've got very limited people listening to the shit that I have to say currently. the reason why I'm saying these things is because I really do hate to see what I'm seeing currently, and it is sort of pissing me off, but I really can't do anything about it. Like what I can gather, and I might be wrong in assuming this, but it seems this way. We have a very strong community of people that are there every day doing everything they can, and for the most part, there's been a bunch of people that haven't had shit to say for like months now. And only since this other cryptocurrency launched yesterday, suddenly all these people are gung ho, right? Showing up to chat, posting, doing things like I can only assume they're not discussing the project that they've been basically married to for the last fucking 14 or 15 months. They're talking about this new thing. I'm like, that's fine, you know, whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, don't go fucking forgetting all this other shit just because something new and flashy has showed up because you're not hip to all the bag of tricks that these people might have. You know what I mean? In my honest opinion, right? That's kind of my honest opinion about it. And it's like some people do, some people don't, whatever. But like, you would just hope that they would be motivated to do the maximum they possibly can for the thing that we've all been dedicated to for a while now, right? Versus like, oh, this new thing came along, let's fucking trail off somewhere else, right? But that's the thing, right? As things get more and more difficult, I choose those times to do the most if I can, right? The time to like, to say like recede or whatever, but the time to take a break or the time to do this, that, or the other thing is like the times when it's most difficult are the time that you should be doing the most, right? The times when you should be fighting the hardest instead of like, oh, this new pretty girl showed up and now suddenly all my commitments don't matter, right? It's sort of the impression that I'm getting currently. I could be wrong. It feels that way, but it speaks volumes about what people are actually, what intent people actually have. You know what I mean? I'm not calling anybody into question. Everybody's their own free individual to do and do whatever they want. You know, I'm not here to be anybody's dad or anything else, despite how much they want me to be. But the point is that that is speaking volumes about, you know, it's so special that I can't necessarily relegate its importance to just another pump fun scum fest adventure for a bunch of fucking crybabies. That's all. You know what I mean? That, for all intents and purposes, aren't here. I can't say, like, I can't make you leave. I can't tell you what to do. But I would just hope that at least some of this rings true with somebody to say that um, you know what I mean? Just like, where's your commitment? Where's your obligation, right? Where's your sense of pride and territory and like the thing, like, oh no, just jump ship as quick as you can, I guess. Not that they're doing this, but you know, it kind of seems that way, right? Like, you would hope now would be the time that people would do the most they possibly could, not like kind of snarkily secret handshaking, stroking each other off about how they're gonna pump another coin and sell and do all this other shit. Like, okay then, all right, well, I'll stand my ground on this one then, right? Like, uh, as much as it's not my place to tell anybody else what to do, what they can and can't do, but it speaks volumes about people's commitment and what they're truly here for and what they're trying to accomplish is clearly not the same goal. Um, maybe they don't really see the potential, right? Maybe they just are two-faced and put up a persona or a facade or whatever that, you know, it makes me wonder, you know. Like, I hate when people use our community chat to organize shit. I don't like people LARPing. I don't like people doing this shit. I can't necessarily be fucking Hitler about the shit and kick and ban everybody because I'm just a community guy. I don't fucking have any sort of lead role or anything. I just participate in the community, but I don't like to see people get cold feet after all of this over something else without even fully understanding and seeing for themselves and not understanding like kind of what they could potentially be getting themselves involved in. Uh, I'm not saying the thing's a scam. I'm just saying that the circus has definitely come to town for it, and I can't say, well, these people are paying the circus cronies or carnies or whatever to do this shit. I'm just saying the circus is in town, and usually when the circus shows up is the time that you should stay away for the most part, if possible, as much as you can. You'll always have some element of that no matter what you do because whatever. But you do find it convenient when the circus somehow happens to arrive at the exact same time. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, you guys didn't fucking, would you guys both Uber here together? Like, how did the circus show up right as this guy's, the project developer does, right? You're like, well, it's safe to assume that there is some connection there possibly, right? So, that being said, I would just, personally, I wouldn't bother. That's my opinion, though. Oh, what was this person asking me? Because we've seen this before, you know. Not to say that some of these people, like, look, it's not to say they aren't dedicated, but I can say that it does have me questioning what their motivation is. That's all. And I think that's a fair thing to say. Like, I just don't like when people get to be all sneaky and shit. I just, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, where were these people for the last month? You don't think it's suspicious suddenly they show up all fucking super posting and sticking thumbs up each other's asses about shit, you know? Like, come on now. I could be wrong, you know, really. I'm assuming on a lot of things, but I would just think of whatever resources you have. If you've gotten to the point where if you have any at all, human resources, nothing specific, just saying, and you're allocating your resources anywhere else than where they already should, where they should have been the entire time, then you're doing it wrong. That's about it. You know what I mean? Whether it be your time, your wisdom, your knowledge, your effort, whatever, your praises, whatever. If you're allocating that, if you're fucking, then you're doing it wrong. Sorry. Well, not sorry, but you get what I'm saying. If you've got to this point and you're now getting cold shoulders or cold feet rather, and saying like, oh well, I'd say you're doing it wrong. More than likely, I could be wrong, but I could be wrong though. They could be talking about something totally different. Fuck. To me, it's like watching Bitcoin Cash come to fruition, or watching Bitcoin SV. It's like so many people were like, "Oh, a quick cash grab. Give a shit less about this, really." You know, like how do I claim the fork? You know, how do I find my tokens on the other chain? Right? It's like, come on now. But then again, here I am saying that kind of thing, assuming everybody's been through this already. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. It just seems like another, like I said, it seems cash grabby. That's all. That's all. Right. And like, where's that noise coming from? Just falling asleep too close to the microwave again? No, actually, my microwave is broke currently. My microwave doesn't even work right now. I haven't got a new one either. Just fucking slumdogging it, bro. Slumdogging it. Just eat everything fucking room temperature. They call it lukewarm for a reason, right? Right. Get it? Because of Star Wars. If only people knew. But I can't say for sure, but it seems like the lessons learned over the last year or so, like these aren't things I would have known a few years ago, more than likely. The red flags that I've seen so far. And I really do at some point in time think potentially creating an AI that identifies risk when these things are concerned might be very helpful. And basically, the process here would be pretty consistent, right? Assessing the red flags, I would just say when the fucking circus shows up in the same limousine that you paid for, you know what I mean, as the developers, I would assume that they're somehow related. How am I stuck in combat still? Dag nabbit. Son of a bitch. Jerry, if I find out that you didn't kill your parents, like I say, let him Jeet cake, bro. Grandmaster Jeet. Let him Jeet cake. Fuck it. Said it before. You know what I mean? Thank God, dude. Are you serious? I thought that that would have, like, that fucking took the wind out of my sails today. I'm glad he's still alive, dude. Are you serious? Why would people joke around like that? That's so fucking stupid, man. I cannot say how cool that isn't, right? People that do that shit. Someone posted that about that kid that was on your bumper, the Trump supporter. They gave him a Secret Service badge and all that stuff. Someone said he passed away on the 23rd, and I about fucking broke down in tears today. Found out it's just somebody being a shitty internet troll. Thank God. name? DJ, TJ, or whatever. He was one of the Trump campaign, right? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The 6 foot tall, the 6 foot tall white female, according to the left, right? No, no, no. He's the 5 foot tall black kid, right? No, the 6 foot tall woman empowerment, Wonder Woman, basically, right? Same thing. DEI. Can you use your DEI filter? What would he look like through a DEI filter, right? I don't know how to spell his name, but Daniel Devare, or whatever, DJ. Right. Practically the same person. Why would someone do that shit, man? I don't understand people like that. I really don't. Anyway, the circus is fucking, yeah, it's all around, dude. Shit. Might not even have to pay admission. The circus is in town. Shit. Sucks as a warlock, though. They don't have a lot of instant attacks. Fuck. He shadow burned it. Oh, bro, he shadow burned it. He does have an instant attack. It's a shadow burn. Costs a crystal each time, though, if he doesn't kill it quick enough. Or shard. Fuck. Well. We're all gonna be. God, how mad is that guy? We're gonna sit there, we're gonna tag my mob on accident. I got all these. If I'm paying attention, dude, I'll get most of them, but This is about the time where they start plotting and planning how to get rid of me. Usually. Usually. It will be met with more resistance than they're familiar with, I promise you. I promise you that much. Yep, absolutely. Whenever that is, right? Yikes. Fuck. There's there. Come on now. Now make these two fire elementals kiss and use the tongue. Right? If I had just a little bit more spell damage, I could skirt this entire process here. Really, he got that one. Shit. Good for him. Mini skirt process. Oh, Jerry. Oh god, dude, my imaginary wife is gonna be so mad that my imaginary girlfriend's new girlfriend, right, is flirting with me. Ears ringing. Usually means I've got a phone call. How weird is that? Yeah, you've been sleeping too close to the microwave, guy. That metal plate in your head that you don't have, right? It's a really good farming spot. This is super good for you. Right. There would be whatever. Ooh. Jerry, see how long it takes to cast if they can interrupt your spells? Oops, I wasn't casting anything. Pooped him. Oopsie, pooped him. Ugh. We had too many there. Yeah, I can de-aggro on one of them. I guess he died too. It happens. Getting so many more motes of fire during this shit, it's hard to fucking give up the farm spot. Right? Like they increased the fucking spawn rate or some shit. It's like the thing in my mind is like, I'm sure, man, Elon Musk would love to know that he has everything to do with this project, right? It's probably news to him, right? I didn't know I had all this to do. Wait, you people. You know how they are, though. The circus. The circus is that way. Man, that fucking disappoints the shit out of me, doesn't it? the reason why it bothers me the most is because it's people that I feel like could have done more. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? I don't necessarily fit in with the bare minimum crowd usually. And I feel like it were people that I feel like I could have seen more from. You know what I mean? It's like, dedicate. Where's your dedication? Is this a hobby? You get what I'm saying? This is a hobby for you? I'm not trying to be a pretentious prick, but like if you knew what I was looking at and what it meant to me and what it would mean to you, you would be like, yeah, I guess, yeah, I'd feel that way too. But out of context, out of reference, it's like, yeah, I don't normally get this way about shit. So helpful. This I make my epic flyer quick as shit this way. I wish it's like, I know, right? Fucking poop sock. Look, dude, this is, I'm not proud of myself right now. Playing WoW for 12 hours straight is nothing to be proud of. But I've been away for 20 years, right? I have nothing else to do. Everything stands to make things more complicated. So I quite literally, this is jingling the car keys in front of my fucking face. Goddamn. I always make that joke, like how they try to paint that Sam Bankman Fruit Loop guy to be like this like autistic savant genius math wizard, and then to fucking find out the guy was just a money launderer for the Democrats, right? And now you get to see what people really think of him, right? I don't know if he's a nice guy or not. You know, I think that's obviously a pretty stiff prison sentence for someone that didn't fucking kill and eat the president or something, right? 100 years in prison is pretty fucking ridiculous, but you do get to see like what people really think about what people think about the guy. When it got down to it, it was like yeah, like, oh, he's just like this autistic savant genius that computer coder, you know. And they tried to make him out to be like the next rendition of whatever, and then they find out that no, he's just some fucking goofball guy, basically, that had a fucking cryptocurrency exchange. He was basically just laundering money for the Democrats. Yeah, like, and then today you see that he, no pardon from Trump, right? You're like, yeah, that's shitty, man. You probably shouldn't have laundered a bunch of money for the Democrats and then expect Trump to pardon you for it. More than likely, I can't just, I mean, it is politics, right? This isn't just Team Edward, Team Jacob, right? But I think it's a pretty stiff sentence. But then again, uh, I wouldn't expect a pardon from Trump considering the fact that the guy laundered like God only knows what for the Democrats, right? And yeah, was it the enemy of my enemy is my friend or whatever? can't say the same for these guys though, although they are letting me farm pretty well. When you think about like, well, let's try not to make this political, like, well, it is politics, right? And essentially, you laundered God only knows how much money for the people that were bribing the FBI to go through the guy's wife's panty drawer like a year and a half, 2 years ago, or whatever it was, 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, I wouldn't pardon you either. I would say have fun. I'd actually do it with a fucking smile on my face, more than likely. Like, yeah, the people, like, you think there's no consequence, right? Stay the fuck out of politics then, right? Like, yeah, those people that you were funneling their cash through your fucking cryptocurrency exchange, yeah, well, they broke into my house someday with the fucking warrant that they could have wiped their ass with for all I care. Held my family hostage, went through my underwear drawer, you know what I mean? All that shit, man. Like, yeah, I'd say fucking have fun in jail. Really, you know. Not my proudest moment, more than likely. It is kind of petty, but then again, if you put somebody through that kind of fucking torment, right? Even by proxy, don't ask for a fucking favor. That's about all. Now, if he didn't know that that's what his exchange was there for, whatever, you know, but I have a hard time buying that story. That he managed to effectively launder how much cash for the fucking Democrats and didn't know about it? Really? Okay. Oh my god. It does go to show you though, like not to say what people really thought of him, but like what the Democrats think of their own people, essentially. You know what I mean? Biden had every opportunity to pardon him, didn't he? And he didn't. You know what I mean? Instead, his crack smoking, child sex slave having child of his got a pardon instead. Like, that sort of disappoints me, really, at the end of the day. Um, it's pretty fucking terrible, right? At some point in time, do you understand, like, and I'm not encouraging anything, I'm just saying, like, people are only so tolerant before you go, it's discouraging to see that sort of behavior condoned and then basically covered up and then pardoned by the Biden White House, right? To the point where that I'm not encouraging it. I don't want people to do it, but it sort of encourages an environment of dissent amongst people that want to be law-abiding citizens. And not to say you should receive a reward for being a law-abiding citizen or whatever, but there are some laws that are neither here nor there, a gray area that people choose to follow in the name of, like, well, because it's what I'm told to do, you know, that kind of thing. And for better or worse, whether or not you agree with the or disagree with the law because it's right or wrong, the amount of people that don't like putting up with the shit when they see what these people really get away with is is not healthy for America to do that. You get what I'm saying? It's not the it's not something you can be very patriotic about. Like, this is what the Biden administration put is their best of the best. This is a father son. And you find out like the fucking basically the horror show Kentucky pay-per-view that fucking Hunter Biden was, and gets a pardon for it. You get what I'm saying? You're like, that is discouraging for people that their incentive for following the law is to not be harangued by the government, and to see that the law can just be so fucking tossed in the garbage so frivolously, and nothing come from it. It makes you like, it'll make your fucking head spin every time you get a parking ticket. You get what I'm saying? Like, you mean to tell me that you're going to write me a ticket for doing 56 and a 55? Have you seen any of the shit on the news in the last 5 years? Right? You don't have the right to write me a fucking parking ticket then, for the most part. That's like how I feel about it. If you've seen what they're doing on television, all of this stuff, right? It's like, and you're writing me a ticket for some reason? Right. Yeah, right. That's the general attitude people have whenever that sort of shit goes on, right? I'm not a heads will roll kind of guy about it either, but that was so egregious that it makes you go, well, fucking, I'm gonna start littering then, like, I'm gonna break a law just to break a law, right? I'll show them who's boss, right? But that's not healthy for America. You don't want a bunch of dissenters for no reason. You know what I mean? Not to say, oh, it's gonna be a bedlam or it's gonna be anarchy if that happens, but you want to encourage people to be law-abiding citizens, not promote them to be fucking crooks and criminals like the Biden family, right? If you can help it, right? So, but it does show you what they really do, or like how they care about their own, right? To basically set up that Sam Bankman-Fried guide like they did, to just be some puppet for the Democrats, and then just watch them fucking crumble. And on the last day to write pardons, he wrote a pardon for his crack-smoking, sex slave having kid of his, versus some guy that basically was just a sock puppet for the Democrats. Yeah, I'd be upset too, but I wouldn't be asking Trump for a favor. I know that much. Is what it amounts to, right? It's like, well, they kind of told you that that's what the Democrats were about. You shouldn't be surprised. Out of combat. Right, but you don't want to, what's to say, foment an environment of dissent amongst the people, planet Earth people, evolved monkeys, right? You don't want to encourage dissent, right? And it's like, you know what I mean? But you expect there to be law and order, and, not saying that what Sam Bankman-Fried did was all right, obviously, but it's kind of like it pales in comparison to the shit that Joe Biden's own kid was doing. You get what I'm saying? And for that, I should just be able to say, okay, so does everybody get the fucking get out of jail free card with Hunter Biden's face on the fucking thing? Then I'll print some up, right? It's like, in case you were wondering why it is I'm doing 60 and a 55, here's my card, right? I will be doing 60 and a 55, right? The pictures they showed on TV were horrendous. It's like, if it didn't fall under that category of it being news, they wouldn't have been able to show it on television. Period. If it weren't considered journalism, they wouldn't have been able to show the shit on TV. Period. It would have been the FCC would have been against the law. Um, that's how terrible it was, right? So for that reason alone, I'm gonna have a whole stack of them. But this is why I'm doing 60 and a 55. I will be on my way, right? Well, now. Oh, well, now. Just preemptively ice block, preemptively. I don't think I've got any mana for this shit, really. I am fucking shit out of luck here. All the shit I pulled. I've got 220 mana. Oh, I gotta get the fuck away from here now. Very delicate. No. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah, well, that's a good problem to have. It's still fucking quicker than sitting there waiting for the thing to respawn. My last morsel of coffee. Now, where is my other thing? Really? That didn't drop anything. Like, same problem I just gave myself a minute ago, right? Fuck. Gotta reset, like, probably should have pulled 3. Right. But you don't want that to be the fucking mentality, I guess, or the environment. Like, you don't want that to be. You want there to be rewards beyond just feeling good about yourself morally for being a law abiding citizen. You know what I mean? Not like we are going to pay you to follow the law, but when breaking the law affords you more freedom than you can be punished with having it taken away. You know what I mean? Like, where's the scale of justice in that matter, right? What I mean is, there's no consequence for behaving a certain way that affords you what you perceive to be more freedom, and you're also taking away somebody else's freedom for doing less. You know, like, it's a very slighted kind of unbalanced system when it gets to that point. And even just one example of that is enough to really just like deter a lot of people from what you would consider to be pro-social behavior, you know, and then they fall into the category of anti-social behavior based on the fact that you have removed all incentive from being a law-abiding citizen by punishing somebody more for a parking ticket than the shit that Joe Biden's kid was doing, right? So, like I said, yeah, I'll be doing 60 in every 55 if I want to, you know, is about how I feel about it. Strange story about all that, though. Like, I have this lady that lives in town here. Um, she actually has a kid named Hunter. And the year or two, I swear, true story, the year or two before the Hunter Biden laptop thing, I've never met her kid. It was just nice one Christmas, bought her and her kid a gift for Christmas. So I bought them laptops off Newegg, right? Um, and I shipped it to her workplace, right? And she gave it to her kid for Christmas or whatever. And then like the next year, I shit you not. Now the kid's name is Hunter too. You know, that's kind of strange, right? Well, not the name in and of itself, but then I'm like, wait a second. And then like a year later, I start seeing the goddamn Hunter Biden laptop story all over the news. Just weird, I guess, right? Something to pay attention to. I thought it was so bizarre. Like, how the fuck did that happen? I buy one person, one laptop, and like, just one of those weird things when I say like, my life is kind of strange, right? Like, I don't know what to make of it. Obviously, it's neither here nor there. Just one of those weird kind of coincidences that you don't know what to do with, right? So bizarre. But like the story broke about it, and they're like, and Hunter's laptop. I'm like, The fuck? What? The same guy? No? Oh, totally different Hunter. I'm like, okay. Like, what the fuck? Like, what happened? What happened? Right? Nothing. It's just, I'm like, is it talking about the fucking laptop that I bought? Are you serious? Are you sure? I'm like, no, a different person on the news, right? I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, what could have severely had gone wrong there? That that I'm like, but they kept saying the Hunter's laptop, and I'm like, I fucking shipped the thing. Did he not get it? Right? Is this a reminder? No, this is fucking Fox News. I'm like, oh, fucking, oh, it must be something else then. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, one of those strange things, right? I don't know what to make of it. It's nothing, right? It's to say, it's like, well, yeah, it's obviously nothing, but it is a little weird. My life is full of strange shit like that. That's all. If you find that kind of weird, then yeah, I guess whatever. Yeah, I don't know what to do with it, what to make of it. Well, now, what time is it? We can't be up all night playing fucking video games. We got video games to play tomorrow, right? It's been a rough couple of years, so I've taken my time. That's all. Now they're resisting the frost nova. Yikes. I wish Evocate didn't do that. It's like trying to get mana, it's like one hit and you're like fucking a 30 mana bar. No, if you could reciprocate that same assistance when the fucking I do shit, would be nice, but... My Ariana Grande t-shirt. You ever seen that video on TikTok? It's on my Ariana Grande t-shirt. I don't know if I don't know it's like I don't know if there's anything actually wrong with that lady or not, so I try not to laugh. I think it's an act, so like but it's funny. Stop, you almost made me drop my croissant. That guy cracks me up though. Shit, we have to. It's filling up my bag. It's pretty fucking quick, dude. 40 of those fucking things. They're 35 gold each. Calculate. Well, let me get on my accountant's hat here. Wow. I'll be getting my fucking flying mount pretty quick. The thing I like about streaming on TikTok more than why this is this is my mental roadblock. It doesn't save your streams, so there's not like a catalog of everything you've ever said, you know, to be reviewed and stuff. So I can just be myself. I don't have to worry about like the annals of history, you know, being reviewed for whatever reason. I can just be myself, and if you aren't here to see it or hear it, you know, then you don't hear or see it. You know, there's no like internet sleuth dickhead. Soon to be bankrupt, eating out of the garbage, motherfucker, right? Combing through my past, hanging on to every word that I've ever said. Like, this is my outlet. This is not to say it's all I have, but this is my form of communication currently, you know, with the world, you know. And you know, so it sort of takes some of the pressure off me. That's all. Whereas like having a running catalog of, that's one of the reasons. But there's other reasons too. Like if a tree falls in the woods and all that stuff. Living fajita loca. That's something I came up with this last week. Living fajita loca. It's like if in my mind I own a fake imaginary Mexican restaurant. I'm always trying to come up with different names for the menu items. But living fajita loca was my favorite so far, dude. My favorite imaginary fucking restaurant item that I came up with in my head. Living fajita loca. You know, if you go to a restaurant, they're like, some restaurants try to give like the dishes like funny names for whatever reason. So I used to work at a Mexican restaurant when I was a kid, and for whatever reason, the last couple of years, I'm like, if I ever owned a Mexican restaurant, what would I name? Like, try to come up with like, oh, cool, funny names for all the shit on the menu, right? But the fajita special would be called Livin' Fajita Loca, right? Anyway, if you find it funny, then we can coexist for sure. Because of that Ricky Martin song, remember guys? That Ricky Martin song, Livin' Fajita Loca. Why'd that fucking thing go all the way over there? Why is this thing aggro me? I'm not gonna kill the thing for you. Living La Vida Tom Brokaw. Living La Vida Brokaw. That's funny too. Living La Vida Brokaw. Fucking idiot. Right. Living La Vida Brokaw. I don't even know what that means. Is there anything Tom Brokaw's known for that you could say consider living La Vida Brokaw? Like, does he only eat beef jerky or something? Does he have a weird habit or something? You could say, oh, he's living La Vida Brokaw. I've never even heard of Jane Street until like 2 days ago. Oh shit. It's just 2 people here. There's like more than enough to go around. Crazy is that? Yeah, I get a whole bunch of greens too. This is like super good for my enchanting. This is good for my epic mount. Gold fucking vendoring all this shit. You know, the thing is the impression that I get from people having their convictions tested by something new and shiny, I can chalk it up to what I believe to be a case of when the cat's away, the mice will play, or whatever. When the mice is away, the cats will play, or whatever the fucking old adage is. Like you can really, I mean, you can tell a lot about how somebody is really going to conduct themselves by how they just how they behave about shit. I don't know, like I guess a level of maturity that you get what I'm saying. Like it's very indicative of when when the cat's away, the mice will play, or whatever the fuck it's called, right? It's the impression that I get. Really, it's like how people conduct themselves when they think nobody's paying attention is probably about the only time it matters, really. About the only time it matters, right? And that's I can't necessarily say that's an instance of that specific thing, but it's indicative of that type of behavior, which is not helpful. It's not good. You know, and it's like, at what point in time, with a certain level of maturity, you don't have to worry about that kind of thing. It is problematic. It can be problematic, right? You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's not that behavior specifically, but you would lump all of those behaviors into the same category. You know, if I had to guess the type of person that would feel or do that, feel that way or whatever, be so easily kind of led astray by something new and shiny in the name of, revealing what their true goal is, what their true intent is. I'm not saying they've got a negative intent or whatever. I'm just saying you just want people there for the right reasons, man. That's all. That's my thing. It's so much more rewarding when it's left to be for the right reasons, right? If that makes sense. It might not be the wisest choice of words, but you get what I'm saying. Never Navita Brokaw. But what I've seen here just today, if I'm right about what I'm seeing, you don't know what I'm looking at, but just from an outside observational viewpoint, it's kind of like, I guess it does kind of resemble when the mice is away, or when the rats. What is it? When the cat's away, the mice will play. Whatever. It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? If you're looking at what I'm looking at. And the reason why that's not necessarily wrong, but potentially problematic and not necessarily a good thing, is that it just says a lot about somebody. That's all. And I hate to feel like I'm the person to decide these things. I'm just saying, I've been around the block. I've dealt with miscreants before. Not saying this is miscreant behavior, but it is kind of like, come on now, right? Looking for that quick dollar, and like, it's just, you know what I mean? Right? Right, Jerry? It does make you worry too, because you get that, like, what if these people aren't a part of the circus themselves, you know? Don't get lumped in with the circus. Hmm. Right? I forgot I had my microphone on. Hear me munching. I don't really want to farm 9 more of these things, but right. Gotta start. It's 8:50. Living fajita loca. You know what I mean? I hate to say it this way because it's not my place, but in my mind, it's like you don't want a classroom full of students that has to have a teacher present at all times. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Not that there is. It's an analogy, but it's sort of like it appears to be like, oh look, the teacher's left the room. What can we get away with? You know, it gives me that impression, right? It's rather petty, you know, like, but whatever, you know. You know, it's like the type of thing you would expect to see a bunch of pencils with somebody else's name on it in somebody else's backpack kind of behavior, if that makes sense, right? Essence of fucking power. That guy AFK is logging out. You kind of wish somebody else was here now that fucking well, it's just gonna be spawning on top of me. I have the opposite of the problem I had earlier, right? Alright, now. Fuck. Accident for us, fault that elite guy there. Right. So just keep this thing sheeped forever, right? Long live the sheep. All this shit, man. I should repair bots, honestly. Fuck. Really? I fucking. Did you see that? Standing right on top of that fucking guy. And I tabbed and saw the fucking highlighted thing, and then shit. Turned out it was the elite, not the regular guy. Oh, no. Wish I had band-aids, dude. I need to level my band-aids sometime. Shit. Almost. I can kill everything and get out of combat. Can you leave me alone? Cool. Thank you, guy. Super much appreciated. It's a shitload. Golly, come on now. Go sit down now, square dance with me. See, I don't know what the best spec is for killing these things. It's gotta be frost, right? You would think. You would think. hit the thing either. Can't get close enough to it without aggroing that other guy. So we're gonna have to get enough mana to kill it. Hey, that's quick. See that full mana bar there? That's quick. Really? 7 silver. I'm the best in the world at farming fire elementals. I've gotten to know these people by name, dude. Oh, it's a way for kids. Right? Imaginary, just like mine. Cool, maybe they can go to imaginary primary school together. Ice spice. Fart in my mouth, ice spice. Should you please fart in my mouth? Yeah. Okay. Cur. There's fart in your mouth. I don't know where she's from. Maybe she's probably from America. I don't know why I gave her a fucking Slovenian accent, but oh good. We killed that one mob there. It sure does open up the fucking opportunity here. For all that fucking not having to worry about pulling that thing is helpful. Ooh, let's get the full mana. This is such a good farm spot, dude. I hate that I'm like... I spent the first like 6 hours today trying to find like, oh, fucking one here, one there, after like every 4 or 5 minutes. Now I have more than I know what to do with. Just disenchant more greens. I'm a doctor too. But go to primary school sometimes too. Come on now, Jerry. Can't disenchant your horse. Did you try to disenchant your horse yet? It said nay. We are but men rock. Alright, here. Just one after the other. Nice and quick. Fuck. Didn't realize. I hate that thing doesn't put that circle like it used to. Now we can all China. You China, we China, now we can all China. China magnetic. Remember China magnetic? Guys, remember China magnetic? Imaginary Chinese metal band that lives in my head. Now, why on earth did you break out of a sheep so soon? The reason why I do that is because if it stays sheeped until after that, then it fucking waits and like, if I unsheep it and then drink and eat and invisible, then it runs away before it fucking blah blah blah. Right? There's a method to my madness. Any more greens? Fuck. Would you please not? Would you please not right now? Fuck. Shit. This is exhausting. One after another, man. Fuck. If I'd have known that, I would have waited. Wish I had a way to take less damage when I did this, really. Plenty of room for us all, guy. I can't even kill this shit before I go out of mana. Six more. I probably am not gonna farm six more. What time is it? 9:19. Yeah, probably not. If I could find a better spot earlier on and have less to do during a day, I could have farmed 50 of them. We all could have farted in each other's mouths. Right. What was that? Is that a purple?
That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me recharge. I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. Out of range.
I want to make. Oh, I already got some of those. Okay. Derp.
That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging.
Ah, Jerry. Running amok here, aren't I? Drink and eat, Jerry.
That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me.
You like hanging out with me,
That's
guys?
still recharging.
Oh, you guys sitting in the lobby watching me flap my fucking face hole. Hope I've been remotely entertaining today.
That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't letting me. I can't cast that. That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. I can't hear anymore.
I can't hear anymore.
That spell isn't letting me. That's still recharging.
I'm gonna get to the number here. Well, I got it already. Might as well try to get a little bit more then.
That skill recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That skill recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh, yeah, you know.
That skill recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Well, no.
That skill recharging.
Oh, that's shitty.
I
Dirt.
can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That skill recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That skill
My
recharging.
goal in life is to move somewhere
That
where
skill recharging.
any knock at the door
That spell isn't ready yet.
constitutes trespassing, right?
That skill
Where
recharging.
like I live so far off away from people being able to bother me, but not physically, like I don't want it to be a long distance. I just want it to be, you know what I mean? I want there to be a bureaucracy that I can create all the red tape that I need to where like basically it's against the law to knock at my door. If that's at all possible. Can someone, lawyers, space lawyers, anybody help me come up with that sort of thing? So then that way, like, is there an amount of bureaucratic red tape, paperwork stuff I can go get filed at the law office or whatever
That spell isn't ready
that
yet.
would make it to where like public notice, uh, signs on the road leading here, like to where just if you knock at the door, you've broken the law somehow, right? So then that way, instead of me having to like get a cabin in the woods like the Unabomber, I can live in the town with like everybody like a normal person, and also not be bothered by people just trying to pester me for no fucking reason.
That skill
Because I'm not
recharging.
like an antisocial
That
person.
spell isn't ready yet.
I just
That
I
skill
feel like
recharging.
I wish there were a way to just go like if I have to go pay extra, you know what I mean, get the signs made up, whatever is required, but to where it's just against the law to fucking knock at my door, you know, because I lose sleep over this shit, man.
That skill
I
recharging.
lose sleep over people uh, just showing up unannounced, wanting shit from me. Like it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen on occasion, right? I was like, is there any way that I can try and like go file something at the courthouse or something to just where it fucking it's against the law to knock at my door. Like, I get that you could put no trespassing signs, but then that's like, well, if they have a legitimate, like, no, no such
That
thing.
spell isn't
Do
ready
not
yet.
knock at my door, right? Is there any way just to make it against the law to do it, basically? Make it some noise violent or noise ordinance violation or something, right? I don't think we've gotten that far yet, but I sure as shit wish they would. Cause like on my days off, but the days where I like try to sleep in and try and enjoy myself, I'm like I always find myself every day I plan on like today's the day I fucking don't even get out of bed, right? I'm just gonna sleep and rest all day, and I'm not gonna get up. I'm not gonna do anything. And I'm like clockwork. I get that noise in my head going, oh well, fuck, right?
That
Like
skill recharging.
Can't sit in bed all day, right? Chance so you might have someone show up and you're not like, you know, your hair's not combed, you're not dressed and all that shit. So if I could just remove the possibility of anybody knocking at my door while also still residing within the city or town limits, I would really think that would just be the most. That would just be the bee's knees, guys. That would be so awesome for a guy like me. So full. Yeah, guy, we can both farm here. Cool. He's just trying to pick flowers. And he likes me. Oh, he's so cute. That's one profession I've ever had with herbalism. Like maybe I did on my first character. My first character was a Tauren warrior, I'm pretty sure. I played on an emulated server where every time you logged in, Thunderbluff couldn't even load. It was such a mess, right? I was so destined to play WoW. Hey guy, what did you do there? For really now. It's good. Having too much arcane dust is awesome. It's a good problem. Why's people just showing up randomly? God damn it. Well, yeah, Jerry. The drop rate on these things is insanity. They must have changed it at some point in time. They had to have. Shit was never like this before. Somebody say Santa? No, insanity, idiot. Sounds like somebody said Santa. You only hear what you want to hear. How did you... Wait. I know, what wonderful weather we're having. I have lost 15 pounds. How did you know?
I can't pass that. That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that. That's still recharging.
It's good to have one other person here because it's like more than you know what to do with, then you have to worry about the shit spawning.
That spell isn't ready yet. I
This
can't
way you don't have to
pass
worry
that.
about like pulling so much that you can't fucking keep mana and all that.
That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh. Maybe not though. Maybe this guy's feeling a little too friendly.
That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet.
Golly.
That's still recharging.
Wow.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that. I can't pass that. It's too far away.
Seems like this was going quicker with two people before. Now it's gonna take forever. It seems like. I'm not getting any fucking drops, man. What the fuck? It's taking me like an hour to get this last couple fucking motes or whatever they're called.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Fucking shit. Really?
I can't pass that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Oh, shitty luck.
It's not ready. I
It's
can't
always
pass
a
that.
frost note, but nothing else. It's like, maybe it's only because I fucking, I don't know.
That's still recharging.
There we go. about it? I don't have enough. There we go. It's the same amount of mana.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Come on.
That's still recharging.
The fucking drop rate has gone down since fucking just a few minutes ago. I don't know why.
That spell isn't
Oh,
ready
I'm
yet.
almost finished with all this shit.
Too far away.
Okay, now.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Where's my spell cloth transmuted back up?
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. You see that I win. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. Mercy. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Uh-huh. Oh, we have mana oil. Forgot about that.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Thought I had a better story to tell or something. Yeah. I don't think anybody's expecting me to do shit right now. I think we can tell you're pretty tired. You seem exhausted. Yeah, I would say. You should see me when I was younger. I used to, was talking to myself about it the other day. When I first played level whatever this is, the Burning Crusade, I played for like I don't even know over 100 hours straight without sleep, and by like the third or fourth day, I was like hallucinating and stuff. It felt like a real life kind of like it was just nuts, dude. Um, I got all the way to Shatterwrath, and I didn't have a quest add-on, and I grinded all the way from like level 60 to like 65 or 64, 65-ish without any sleep, all in one go without a quest add-on. So I was like, so each quest was like, you go to your quest log, right? And instead of it just putting like a pin on your map, you had to read what the quest consisted of and like navigate to the location based on what the quest said and all that stuff. So each quest took like fucking forever. And by the time I got to Shatterwrath, I was like level 64, like 64 and a half. I hadn't slept and I was hallucinating. And when I got back on the next day, my entire user interface was like all completely fucked up. Like, I thought someone else had logged on my character and fucked with it all. I'm like, what was I doing? My bars were like dragged out to the middle of the screen, and the chat box was like as big as a postage stamp. I was like, what the fuck? I was full blown just hallucinating. I was up that long, I swear. Like, no assistance. I hadn't taken like an Adderall, no coffee, nothing. Just raw dogging the shit. Days and days without sleep. That's how much I like World of Warcraft. You know, it's just days at a time. And that was tradition for a while. I mean, I would pretty often go like 2 entire days without sleeping, and then go to sleep for like 6 hours and wake up and do it again for years. So when you seen all those news stories, they're always like, some Chinese kid's head.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Anyway, I didn't want to yell at my microphone. Like the stories you see on the news, right? Like some Chinese kid played so much WoW his head exploded, right? That was me. I was that Chinese kid. Played so much WoW my fucking head exploded, right? You'd see about it in the news and stuff. Yep. That was this guy, for sure. Laughed my ass off. I don't know why that was so funny. Right. Anyway, laughed so fucking hard my head exploded, right? Or not laugh so hard, played so much while my head exploded. You know what I'm talking about. Like, you've seen the news stories, right? It happened all the time in China. Some kid playing fucking League of Legends for fucking 4 years straight. Right. That was me. I don't know why that was so funny. That pissed my pants a little. Golly. I got 2 more of these things. All I need. You might as well go for 40, bro. Right. It's only been fucking 11 hours. It's only been 11 hours. That's nothing. You haven't even had to empty out the poop sock yet. Yeah, right. Your bedpan is still, I mean, you got some room. Just don't, just be careful with it, right? Don't go too fast. It will spill. Man, oh man. Good times, though. Some Chinese kid playing so much. Why is that funny? Why is that extra funny? I'm so fucking tickled by that for some reason. You can't fucking fault me for having a good time, can you? Chinese kid playing WoW till his fucking head exploded. Oh, right. You can imagine the fucking the coroner walking in the room after the fact, right? Uh-oh, another one of these, right? And his head must have exploded. Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. Happens when you play too much World of Warcraft. It's no different than Reefer Madness, is it? The absurdity of Reefer Madness.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh shit, he has the ability to feign death, don't he? I need a way to do something here. Quickly, please. I don't have much time or any mana. Okay. 295. Now fight my water elemental, please.
I need more mana.
Fuck! Like, why wouldn't you attack my water elemental? It's in aggro range. Normally, if it's in melee range, whatever. Uh-oh. Just just a Chinese kid sitting at his... Just a corpse of a Chinese kid sitting there with his fucking head exploded. Fucking 200-hour WoW session. Right. But you know what I'm talking about. Those are real stories. That shit does happen all the time. Every day in China. Every day. We're always been best friends. For fuck's sakes. That fucking person sit there like, alright, dick.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
I played Diablo 2 that much. I played World of Warcraft that much. I never got down on like StarCraft. I mean, trust me, I've had many fucking nights staying up till 5 and 6 in the morning playing StarCraft, but not like marathon sessions where like
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
why? Why is that tickling me like that? For fuck's sakes. Fuck.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Fuck, man. I got both of them. Getting rusty sitting here doing this shit by myself all day. The luxury of not having to fucking share the plateau with anybody. Whacking out of sleep with him. That's what you get watching me die like that.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Circus. Fuck.
I can't cast that yet.
Circus is in town, isn't it? I keep saying that. You know what I mean, though? Like, all of a sudden, all these people like, hey, I've been away for a while, now I'm back. Clown makeup on and everything. Does anybody heard about this really super awesome thing I know nothing about? You're like, oh yeah. You're the usual suspects. You are the fucking same dick-sucking clowns that did this shit the last time, right? Anyway, cool. Glad you did it.
I need mana. That's still recharging. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet.
I need 18 more motes and I can go somewhere else. You know.
I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Fuck, really?
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. Out of range. It's too far away. That's still recharging.
That's the thing is like, also another thing is like, what I would hate to see, and I'm not gonna name. God, I don't even want to get into it right now. Really, I mean, I can't imagine anybody that would know what the fuck I'm talking about is even watching this shit. But
I can't cast that.
right,
That's still recharging.
I hate to curse and people and fucking bitch and complain. Really, that's not what I'm trying to do. But more or less, like, just more people riding the hype wave and not understanding or even trying to understand or researching or testing or trying anything.
That's still recharging.
Just in it to make a buck, right?
That's still recharging.
Well, let's just say all that shit. People remember all that shit, I guess. You know.
I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. 'Cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that.
8 more motes, and I'll put fucking 40 of these things on the auction house. It'd be so great. But the thing I was thinking of, like the DKP system, like the reverse DKP. I don't know if I was talking about this or not, wasn't I? But the idea that like, oh well, if you have like motes of fire that drop in an instance, you can receive the mote of fire, and that just is like a placeholder, right? It's kind of arbitrary, but you know it dropped in your raid group. Then you would be able to swap out the motes of fire for portions of an actual like guild portfolio, essentially, that would consist of tokenized stocks and cryptocurrencies. Like if your guild, like I want to eventually, uh, if it's possible, to try and do like a guild-based DAO system, right? Where your items that drop in game or whatever are direct representation, like basically you're assessing the gear that drops for your guild, or valuing it, right, at whatever your guild bank portfolio is. So, say like a mote of fire drops and it's cataloged in your raid as whatever, right, and a person receives it. Well, let's say that that's representative of a percentage of the overall guild's like portfolio. If that makes sense, of tokenized stocks and cryptocurrencies. So you'd have like a rating guild that actually rated like instances and stuff, but part of the guild duties would require you to make some sort of investment in either purchase, you know what I mean, and kind of contribute to the overall guild bank, which is like not like I guess a fund. I guess that's what you call it, right? I don't know what type of fund, but then you can try to, you know, there's a more perfect system to that. It's just, you know what I mean, it's like the rudiment, it's like the basic idea. There's a more refined kind of plausible and you know, like there's a way of doing it versus the thing I just said that would make more sense, but that's like the basic idea of it, where so there's an incentive to raid and get gear for your character other than just the gear itself. It comes with like a portion of the guild bank essentially, but the guild bank extends beyond just in-game items. It extends into, you know, virtual currencies and tokenized stocks and cryptocurrencies and this, that, and the other thing. That's the basic idea, but that's like super complicated, probably, and finding people that are willing to do that kind of thing, you know, that would say, would like, why would I invest for a guild if I could just invest for myself and not have to worry about anybody else? Like, yeah, but that's kind of not fun, you know. Teamwork, I guess, for one. Teamwork's fun. Why is it doing that? I need 5 more motes to have 40 of these things, though. And this dick had to show up. Oh, we got another one of these. Kid played so much WoW, his head exploded. Right. Right. Yeah, it happens all the time. I've seen this before. I know exactly what this is. Really. I have 100 shields up. Beat me up. Come here now. Do it, do it. Go get there. We need fucking 4 more motes and I can leave this fucking place. I'm divorcing this plateau. We'll be alright. Just Fucking 4 more, guys. I'm fucking done with this place. I'm swearing off plateaus for good.
I can't pass that way. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't pass that way. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that way. That's still recharging.
All I've got to do is find 4 more of these things and I can leave you alone.
I can't pass that way. That's still recharging.
Sucks about hunters is I think their shot is quicker than an ice lance, so like basically are they fucking with me right now? Like 4 more of these is all I need to just be able to do something else, please, dear God. And now they don't want to spawn?
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that way. That spell isn't ready yet.
Flying
That's
fucking
still recharging. I can't
piece of
pass that
shit.
way. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that way. That's still recharging. I can't pass that way. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't pass that way. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that way. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't pass that way.
Almost there.
That's still recharging. I can't pass that way. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
2, I need 2 more.
That's
This
still
could be it, or
recharging.
we could just drag this out for another hour and a half.
I can't pass that
Now if I get one more here, I gotta farm it. No, I'm just farm an entire one. Yeah, whatever. Blow all your triggers, blow your cooldowns, party clackers in hand, everybody. Well, I have super low health right now, and that is shitty. Can you let me fly on my bird and get the fuck away from this place forever? Thank you. I'm a bird. Alright, get over here. I've got 40 of these things to put on the auction house now. It's a bunch. It's gonna be a bunch of gold. And then fucking that guy had to show up. Oh my god. Blue. God, look at all these people online, dude. I don't even know who some of these people on my friends list are. Anyway, whatever. What happens when you add everybody? Okay. Hello, Jerry? Are you shatter it yet? 4 more hours. Oh, better clock's ticking. 3 more hours, your fucking head will actually explode. Right. He played so much World of Warcraft, his head exploded. Like, I've made a fucking decent amount today. I think I made more doing this than I would have in real life. Probably. Primal Fires, 31 gold. Feels like if I fucking sell them for less, it looks like there's a lot more on the auction house today, though. There's a whole bunch more. But what we can do is I sold a bunch for like 35 earlier. Just do like 34. Because the thing is like, don't accidentally list like a stack of them. someone will log on and they'll need like 100 of them for something, and they'll buy a whole bunch, and then, and if not, then I can figure the rest out later. On these this many people try to level shit, and like, you got a golden opportunity here. Alright, now. This is 34.5. That's 2. Why is there a stack of 2? Better be paying attention. You don't want to fuck that up. Anyway, we had fun today farming. Today was like one of maybe, hopefully only about 4 days of farming that I have to do. I might have to do it some more later or something, but to be able to get all this shit.